Hello, hello. Once again, time to stream even more game dev. Hey, Fearless, how you doing? I just realized today that I was on the 69th stream. Of course, I was running really late and didn't have time to make anything that was particularly risque for this stream thingy. I thought about it. Like, do I have enough time to render something that's a little more... Yeah, for the thumbnail? No? Okay. 3 minutes late as is. Can't believe I've done 69 of these streams though. Oh my gosh. I have all my notes for all these things here. I just think all I really need was this notes. Yeah. So all we really need to do for this particular prototype are these ones here, and then a little bit of additional story added in. And that's kind of about it. I just need to redo where the rewards are even at, I think. I realized that beating Anna used to open up a secret area, and then you could fight several if we was just unfinished in the first place. I don't really plan on finishing him for Prototype 2, probably Prototype 3, but Prototype 2 is just a complete restructuring of how the story is done. And then some fixes that needed to be in there. I mean, it has to be done by Saturday. Only 1 week between each prototype, so. Oh, you know what that reminds me? I should actually put the current version of the game pinned to the top. Just in case anybody wants to play what I previously had out. It is available. Let's see here. There we go. So just in case you want to play the free, first prototype, it's right there. Have at it. The first major criticism is that the intro is too long and will probably take something like... I mean, I beat it in 6 minutes, but... your mileage may vary. But now this new one cuts it in probably half, in all honesty, because there was like a point where she walks backwards, going through telling all the paintings, and I just cut that out. It's just not there anymore. It's just literally shoots you forward ahead, and then the story gets split up between each of the areas instead, so you get, optional dialogue if you like. Which I actually set up yesterday. Yeah. Wrote everything except for, I didn't write 2 of the areas yet. I meant to do it today, but then I didn't get to it. Convenient game dev Bible. And the pictures will load eventually, I'm sure. I had to put up all these other things here, but I wrote a bunch of extra things there, so now it's significantly more complete, I think is the best way to put it, because all the stories split out throughout what is available. Except for map 3, I just don't have written all the stuff for that yet. So I guess the first 2 maps are actually complete. I don't know if I put these last 2 in. Let's see. The secret area. Oh. Well, fair enough. I mean, Oh, well, nice. Yeah, I mean, no worries about playing it. Goodness knows, by the end of this week, there'll be a better version, so. You could just wait a couple days. Sitting there and fixing a lot of bugs. And just changing the way the controls work entirely. Now the mouse just, targets spells and can also be used to trigger blocking as well, as opposed to previously where Like I think right click did all things because left click did all the movement, since RM can't really understand both on the same button. Feels really good for the combat areas. Feels a little weird for the story areas, because you move with WASD. Because in the combat areas, moving with the mouse is too slow. You'll die. It's just too slow. You're going to need to use WASD to get out of the way of things and just trigger all the abilities as quick as possible. But the story areas are so like laid back by comparison that it's just kind of fun to whiz around. So maybe I need to have a way to disable the mouse movement during the other things. I don't know. It's going to require writing a whole plugin, and I think the reality is I might just move to the whole project to Unreal Engine anyway. I am not certain, but maybe. I already have the start to an Unreal Engine project as is, so. Yeah, I probably should have. I realized that I was on episode 69, I think about 20 minutes before the stream, and I had to make a thumbnail really fast, so I was like, I think if I have a fault as a streamer, it's that I'm so concerned with finishing a project that I'm not as concerned with growing the stream. But the whole point of the stream was to work on the project, so I'm like, what do I do here? That's the right one. No. I was like, wait, there's a whole bunch of stuff missing. Why is there stuff missing? Why is there stuff missing? I would be so sad. Everything from yesterday just gone. I'm like, oh no. Why? I made a whole system, and I restructured the whole game and got rid of a bunch of extra crap in it too. I already opened it. Oops. I don't need 2 copies of it. If I could edit it twice as fast, that would be amazing. Oh my. Twice the hot programming action. There we go. This is in there. That's what I needed. I didn't need that specifically, but I wrote these 2 different events here, and as you can see, there is some amount of code in them. I do not wish to do it again. No. No, I don't. Sounds terrible. Absolutely terrible. So they're like, after playing with the Unreal Engine for exactly 1 day, I want to work on that one instead. This version's just not that exciting. Because the other one is so much prettier already. Oh well. I can always just, you know, translate this one over into that afterwards. This is just a prototype. Nobody said the actual end game has to be in this engine. It's always just kind of assumed it'd be in this engine, but this engine kind of blows, so maybe I should use a better one. Oops. Which one are we on? Third one here. Pretty much, other than having to write some more dialogue today, I think I have to make some graphics for a tutorial. Well, it's just going to be a thing showing the controls, so there's like a third way you can see the controls. Since the one guy reviewing it missed the 2 different places it's actually shown. So I will cram it down people's throats so they know how to play the game. Yes. They will choke on how to play the game by the time I am done. Yes. Yes, indeed. I might need to do what Miranda says. She's not even actually supposed to be in the game, but as the secret joke character, she gets to stay in the game for now. So what are you up to today, Fearless? You got anything exciting going on? Why did you switch your name to Dave M? Like, is there a reason behind that particular name? Some particular reference? Alright, so that puts this in there. Story time round 2 is going to take a bit of work. And then I need a reward for beating Chuckles. Think that. It brings up the screen here. To go over all the things there. The amount of writing I've done and then had to delete over and over and over because I've had to keep making changes and the story no longer makes any sense. It's very high. I thought I wrote something for when you actually beat Chuckles. Didn't I? Let's click that. Chuckles pre-fight. I have not written anything for it. I have a bunch of console logs that don't need to be there. Alright, well, let's make note that I need to write all 3 of those things, so... Missing dialogue. Um, um, the more I do this, the more I realize I need to have everything as organized as possible because there's just so many things I need to worry about. So many things indeed. Pre-fights. And a victory reward. I don't know why I capitalized one but not the other. Don't care, I guess. Story time 2. I have more writing than I thought I had to do. Unfortunate. Well, maybe I'll do it on the stream later, but I think I'll do the other stuff first on stream. Make the tutorial image as well. Maybe I'll make that an incarnate, make it look all nice. What else I need to write? There's like a couple more things I need to write. Victory reward for Snuggle Waffle. I don't know, Herdelic works, but it's not as fitting anymore because of the fact that I have adjusted the entire way the game is redone. This is going to be the hard one to write. The rest of them aren't going to be that tough. But I have to cover a bunch of additional information that's available to the player if they want it. Oh, fix Tinka's painting dialogues. Sorry, cat dialogues, since they're based on the painting she's in front of. I can do that right now. Let's see here. I think it's under story. This doesn't even get used anymore, right? This is just crap. I think so. No, maybe not. I should have deleted all the old story things when I went through and redid this. There's a whole character who existed in the first game jam version of the game and just doesn't exist anymore. He could exist again, I guess. Or do I have a note for that? The quest sometimes vanish? Part of that. I have a note for that. So I am keeping this because that's part of the quest thingy. That's necessary. I don't remember which code actually does what I need it to do here. I'm going to save after typing all that crap. Truly, that's probably one of the most tedious things around. It's literally just having to put in each line of dialogue. Change all the pictures and everything. Oh my gosh. I'm sure I'll go back to after I render a bunch of pictures for the characters and their different reactions to things and change them all. I kind of started doing it, but then I just realized I was missing so many reactions that it would just... I'm gonna have to go back through either way. Cat dialogues here. Okay, so what I need to really do is look at these pages here and then mark what each of the paintings is. Because their whole chat dialog system is relying upon what the event number is of each painting. And then she checks for which one she's closest to. As she's within range, she uses that dialogue. It's only going to matter on map 2. I don't think I'm going to have her do that on the other map. But, I don't know. Map 2. The first one is a teleporter. I'll just mark what each one is. So, way to area 1. And let's see, so for map 15, it's the event numbers are, or should I say, way to area 1. Actually, I'll put the event number first. Then on this thing here, I need 3 is Binky's lair. I'm glad I named the toys. Makes it a little more just interesting. 4 is story time 1. I don't remember what image I'm going to use. Sorry, I might change it, so I guess it doesn't super matter. Event 12 is Chuckles McFunny. All the bosses are basically named like a child named them. Who is Addicts on? But I don't think Tinka's going to talk there because it's not a window. Or it's not a painting, I should say. So she can't, go into it. It is a mirror, but I'm not asked why the shop is in a mirror. It's just weird. Never question. And then way to area 3 is event 5. And then on map 19, so event 1 is way to area 1. Just the notes for, nope, wrong one. Just the notes for anyone who's seeing. I'm just typing it out like that, so nothing terribly exciting there, but I do need this information because, well, like I say, she's tracking which one she's closest to, so that's not what she's gonna say. And you know exactly which picture is which event ID here. Since I moved everything around because I extended out the game and created an entirely different, an entire extra map and everything, the numbers are way off now. And his dollhouse is number 3. I do need more doll images, like more like every kind of dollhouse thing. That'd be so sweet. Storytime 2. 9 is Fortuna's. And then 2 would be the secret unfinished area. So I'll probably rename it, honestly. I don't know. It's not going to be finished in this version of the prototype anyway, so. And then this is just in the prototype. That's number 5. I guess I could do the first ones too, just in case, but I don't think I'm gonna write anything in for them anyway. But that's like map 3 is the first one. I just don't think it's necessary to put it in, to be honest. So number 1. That should be like, I didn't name any of these, did I? What is this one? I guess I should name them. Poppet dropped? Sure, I guess. actually. Dropped. Usually a good idea to be as verbose as possible on all your stuff, because you see how much I have to go back through to find things, and it's just ridiculous. Poppets, toy maker's hand. So the toy maker's handing her, holding up, or just looking at her. Poppet being moved during the day. If I make an Unreal Engine version of this game, I'm going to put all these paintings in there anyway. Only they'll probably be cooler than this. But to be fair, it's not really hard to be cooler than Unreal Engine. Yeah, once I get this major fix done, I'm going to take some time and work on different projects that aren't RM for a while. I really don't think that there's enough of an audience to truly put the amount of time I put into it already. At least this engine. I think there's a much better audience somewhere else. So, oops, didn't copy it all. Or maybe I could just play games during it. I think I'd probably get more people watching, to be honest. I think people would be a lot more excited by it. Raid area 2. Sure. I don't think I'm going to write anything for these particular ones, but it does help to have notes. Yeah, it does. Okay. I think I just start writing, honestly. I guess I'm in more of a writing mood. Plus I had some dialogue already in here. Well, let's restructure here, but so number 3, that's fine. I'm going to save a bunch of this. So I do want a second one of these kept here. This one's actually 3 on the new map. And then neither of these are being used anymore, but I think I'll keep them just in case I want the text for later. I had 2 images for purposes of I guess we'll put them in extra. This can be 69 and this can be 420. They were going to be like, you know, information about future enemies, but I would have to make yet another actual map to put them on. Do I want to do that? I mean, I could. A 4th map that just literally is after you've actually beaten the secret area, then it goes to that and it just tells you about, you know, upcoming things in the prototype. It would probably be narratively a lot better. Because right now there's like the end portal, but you could technically go over there before you've actually even done anything. I mean, I have a system to lock the portals, sure. But here's the question I should be asking. The real important question I think everyone who does any kind of game development should ask. How long do I have before the deadline? And could I get it done before that? And the goal of these prototypes is to produce a new one at the end of every week. That means it has to be up Sunday, which means I need to be finished with it on Saturday. Which would give me 3 days to work on it and still fix all the other problems. I don't know about that extra map there. That's starting to sound a little bit like wishful thinking, to say the least. To say the least. Alright, so I'll leave that as a maybe. Well, if I do any kind of writing, I never want to put the writing in, do it in here. I always want to do it in like Google Docs or something. So this way, it can tell me I can't write, as opposed to, you know, RM just ignoring me and saying I can't, no, not telling me I can't write. It's pretty much how it works. You just write some dummy little thing in that, and I mean, this is just a little thing she's just to say. This is the exit through the next area, right? This is a map. So area 2, area 3 doesn't have any dialogues there. What? Map 2. Okay, well, I've come to this conclusion that if I don't have any kind of lines under it, it just feels weird. Don't question it, or do, whatever, it's fine. It's all good. It just looks so much nicer when you have that. And this is map 1. This is also one character can talk while she's in front of the right painting. That's it. That's literally what this character needs his dialogue for. That's all this event does, is check where she's at in relation to the, you know, a group of paintings that are all in an array. And then, you know, if she's within 800 pixels of it, it'll trigger true, and then it'll trigger whichever one of these. Only if you talk to her, though. Just loads it up. So, I think I'm fine with all of these dialogues here. Do I have one for the first air if she goes into it? Let's see. Does she need a special one for every single one of the in-between paintings that just lead to the next area? I don't think she does. If the goal is to release this, you know, the newest updated version by then, and I already am restructuring the entire story of the game, so I don't really want to get too crazy on a bunch of extra dialogue. That's just side dialogue that the player might not even ever hear. That seems a bit nuts. Actually, I only need this part here. I don't need the rest of it. This is already number 5 here, and that is the way to the next area. Actually, the same is true on this one here. So I do need this full thing here for the start of that map there, and that should cover all those without me having to do anything too crazy. After all, she's just telling you what life is like between the paintings, because, you know, it's like a world between the paintings that she travels through, but you can't, you know, stay in there because you're not a ghost, you're a toy. Well, a ghost in a toy, but you have a toy body, so you can't really live in the paintings. And then, oh, map 3 is a disaster. Actually, this can work just fine. I have so many notes that I keep looking at to know where everything's at. No, everything's located, so not that one. More notes. One here is just telling me which map is which. So number 2 is the oh, which event is which on which map. Okay, and then that's fine. This is fine. These ones aren't going to be in there at the moment, but I'm leaving them for now. So I need one for, I guess, the second story time area. So number 4, I don't need one for Fortuna's because Fortuna's is not a painting. Placeholder dialogue. Event 4. Actually, I think I need to make one of those for the other one as well. Event 4 on this one is also the same. Map 2. I guess I just only deleted one of the things that I left one in. Putting this in there means that I'll know to go back through and at least put something there. Or maybe she'll just say placeholder dialogue because it's a prototype. She's not going to say place. I'll type something. Probably some random wisecrack that won't actually be terribly relevant. It'll get changed later anyway. It's like half of her random quips so far. Just literal dialogue is like, well, maybe I'll put that in, and then I just don't. Don't end up keeping it. Welcome back, Fearless. Welcome back indeed. You're just in time to be just in time. I don't know what you're just in time for, but you're definitely just in time for it. Let's see, the ordering of this is actually not what I think it is. It's the event IDs go 3, 4, 2 because reasons. Does she need anything? I guess she does need something for the ending of the prototype. All right. This one is number 5. I guess to be fair, I did expand out the areas a lot, so the fact that there's so much more dialogue that has to be written shouldn't surprise me. Because now there's a whole lot of extra paintings, a whole extra section, and dialogue in between for being rewarded for every single thing. That reminds me to make new rewards. Huh. So let's say I want to make a Am I going to do anything really special for these things, or do I just want to take one of these other ones and just show text over the top of it? I guess I can clone this one. I have something I can just use anyway. Before I get all crazy and start adding in whole other stuff. What if I already made? I guess I didn't make anything special for that. I was hoping I had some sort of a background menu. Got a mini map and a menu description thingy, but it looks like I did not make any kind of anything else. Well, let's see then. Do we make it a painting, or do we make it more like the menu system? I will make it more like the menu system. Oh, one of these is already the right shape. Clone this. Controls. Incarnate, it's amazing. It's great for designing maps and everything in it, but it's also good for doing interfaces, which is kind of what I do 90% of the time with it. Because why not? Is there anything special I want to do this, or do I just want this image and I'll chop it out? I can't believe I didn't do another one. Let me check that real fast. I could have sworn I did another one. This one looks like it's just one thing though, right? Did I save it with just the one? And I did that there, but this one's like all vertical. That's not very useful. I've done lots of weird maps in this. It's actually how I did most of the stuff for my other game too. Lots and lots of maps. Or little areas for the other game too. I did a bunch of stuff for the other game. So much stuff. So much stuff. Most of it just for parallaxing, so I would just, remove all the green screen or whatever and put stuff on top of it. Or yellow back for this one. 135 maps later. I use it mostly for interface anyway, so... Yeah, okay, I'll just restructure this one. It's fine. In keeping with the themes of the other one. Do I want to expand it a bit? I mean, it's already going to be the right size. What I'm just going to do is probably do this. Probably do this. And go get some new stamps and put them at the corners. Making it super easy. We'll do like maybe 300 or something, I don't know. Up you go. The reason I use this ugly pink color is I don't tend to use this ugly pink in anything, so it makes it really easy for me to just select that color and remove it entirely after I've set up the thing. Is there anything special I want to do with this? I don't think so. I don't want to spend too much time on something of that nature. Unless I want to put it all into there. I can put all the text in there and everything if I want, and just... Or I can do it over the top. I think I'll just show an image with all the controls on it and save time. So if that's the case... what are the controls I need to tell right on there? This could look okay. Let's see. I'll do that. So add images. How we do that again? I have forgotten. And filter, catalog. Oh, nice. Good catalog. There we go. Upload custom asset. There we go. Do this off screen here, so I pick the ones that are. Also, I don't have any kind of weird things I don't want to show on screen. My computer's gotten pretty stream safe by this point, but every once in a while there's that personal information somewhere you just shouldn't be there. You're like, oh, I don't think people need to see all that personal information, thank you. Stream's wonderful and all, but the internet's not a good place for your personal information. I'm just going through looking for pictures of Poppet moving. Something like this could be fine. Sure. Alright, so we do this. And there's a text tool in here, right? It's been a while since I've actually used this for anything too complicated. Oh, that's not what I want. I thought it would actually put something up there. Not very exciting. Nope. Oh, there's literally a text tool right there. I'm just stupid. Well done, me. Well done. By pressing... Actually... Oh, what's the suggestion? Oh, hey, Shadow Dragon, how's it going? Also need... I'm just going to put pictures of Poppet for each of these things. Why put a picture of the button when I can just put the actual thing? I could put the buttons as well, but... nah. How do I change these? Is it possible to change them? It should be possible. Oh, just make sure we type it, huh? Caps lock makes it big. Makes him a biggie. Yes. Can I upload a font? No. How unfortunate. Oh, this one's okay. It doesn't look too terribly bad from what I had previous. That's fine. I'm okay with it. So let's migrate this, I guess, a little bit. For ghost form, I need to just upload another image. Pretty much there's a... I don't know, I could put it literally before the main menu, I guess. I don't know. It seems so tacky and weird. But I mean... The other guy couldn't even figure out how to use the menu correctly at the first time. I'm like going, okay, well, I guess I need it somewhere early, huh? I was thinking about putting it near the start of the actual, probably the start of the intro, right? Like, it'll do the intro cutscene. You don't need the controls for that. Then I'll have her pop out of the box. It'll do that, and then it'll flash the controls on the screen. And then I'll literally have a thing at the bottom saying you can talk to Tinka to learn more. So this way, unless they opt to skip the intro, which is now in there, they would get it. That's an interesting idea. Literally just have them fly to, you know, confirm they've looked at it. Not bad. Be a lot like using the status menu at that point. Let's see. I'll make a note of that. So, controls before title screen. Have the player have to move to the side of the map to select OK to move on. Not a bad idea because it forces them to actually do something. And then let's see, the other option is simply to have a thing that appears on the main screen, on the opening menu, that literally just says controls, which is probably the easiest one. So, main menu controls. And the final option is, of course, you know, after the player gains control in the game. My concern with having it before the main menu is it's just weird. What game has ever had the controls before the main menu? Like, it's just, I've never seen it, so that seems kind of bizarre. Having them on the main menu is an option. It wouldn't be too intrusive. But anyone who decides to just ignore that would, of course, have a problem. But that being said, I mean, how many times can I flash the controls in front of their face before they just ignore it? And then, I mean, like, at some point, it's on them. Like, this will be the third time that they have a way to see the controls. Feels kind of redundant at this point already, but I don't know. At least I'll have an actual cool screen for it. But I'll think about it. I have to make this first anyway, so I got a little time to figure it out. But I appreciate the idea, thanks. I might do a combination of that idea just at a different time. Like I say, I don't think I really want it before the main menu. That just still seems too weird to me. But having them fly across it does fit a lot of what I'm already doing. I probably should have done more than one asset at a time, but I did not. So let's see, for the remaining controls, let me bring up that page. I'm actually looking at the controls on the itch.io page, so I don't forget something. So for blocking, that's not a very good block. I don't like it. Thanks, I hate it. Make them larger here, so I can actually see them a little better. That's not a terrible block from the front there. I think if I put a sign right there, like, people will complain that they go past the sign. That's my only concern. I'll have them all face the same direction because it'll probably look better. Those are casting. So it's actually block 7 I'm looking for, right? I guess it's block 2, huh? Sure, whatever. Well, the reason why I was considering flashing it just on the screen and everything like that is because it literally, you can talk to Tinka at any time and she has an option that says controls. Like, she literally will tell you the controls and she'll go over it in far more detail than this. So there's already basically a sign that's effectively following you saying, hey, I'll tell you the controls. Hey, I'll tell you the controls. So it's like, at what point is it just too much? So I put the grid up so I can actually see where things are at. I want to select one. No. Can I select the current one? Delete this one. I'll select it that way, okay? Let's align them a little bit here. This turned out way better than I was expecting, honestly. Yeah. I could make an entire area where literally there's just sign after sign explaining things, and I think in the future there will be a tutorial for that. Probably not in this version though, because like I'm trying to release a prototype every week that improves upon it. So I have only until the end of Saturday to complete all the stuff, and an entire extra map while still having to rewrite a bunch of the story and respace it out and restructure the game is not going to get done. I won't have enough time. So I think what I'm doing right now is I'll keep that in my back pocket for the future. When I do a tutorial, does that make sense? I mean, a tutorial hub seems reasonable enough to me, but there's no way it's making it to this prototype. No. It'll never happen. I'll never get it done. But I mean, if every week I release another prototype and the game just gets better and better, maybe by the end of the week after or something. Tutorial hub. But it is now on my list of suggestions. Thanks for it. Thank you, thank you. I like all suggestions. Then I do not have to think of them myself. Also, this is not going to be enough space with how I'm doing this. I'm going to need to shrink all these down. I can already tell. Maybe make it like 250? About 250? About 200? No, 250 looks a little nicer. Like 20 for these or something like that. Yeah, it's I kind of like prioritizing, I think, right now. A lot of the worst offenders are the things that I'm really hitting first, I think. Because there's a lot of like weird glitches and things that just, some of them are game breaking. They don't happen all the time though, so they're really hard to nail down why they happen. I just can't be 100% certain why each thing does what it does. So it's like, maybe? But a lot of times I just have to keep testing the game over and over until I encounter the error again, until I can really just get the exact reason for why it's happening. Let's see, I need selecting spells. Okay, well, that I can't show a picture of Poppet. But what I can do is screenshot the game itself. Probably change the text on that so it's a little less wonky. That's too big of a thing. Maybe I just put the two characters right there next to each other. Well, is it too big of a thing? Because I can always shrink it, right? Or I could just put a picture of the two characters standing next to each other. Maybe that's what I do. Not a bad idea. Why is this still open? I don't need that. I have so many things open on the other screen. I just haven't gotten around to closing everything. That's where it was. So let's just grab a couple of stamps there, and there's so many pictures of Poppet. The secret to how it's all animated right there. Sure. Even though technically the two characters would never face each other in this particular direction, they would always be facing the other way. Oh, she would always be facing me. Also, it's worth noting that this there is no actual them facing to the left. Like, that's actually just an image being flipped for the whole thing. I think I can flip this without having to do that though. Yeah, it should be like this, right? Yep. I think it is shorter than Poppet by a couple inches. Of course, Poppet also has a really big hat. Well, I guess they both have big hats. Apparently, I like women with hats, evidently. I think it's just actually a good way of showing that they, something about them without actually me having to say. Like, if your character's wearing a jester's hat, you assume that she is some kind of, you know, harlequin, clown, or some jester, anything. All these things could be a possibility. So some kind of performer. Actually, I'll tip like this. Press spacebar to talk or interact. I think I can get one more down at the bottom there. I might have to move this up a little bit just so they're more aligned, I guess. We'll see. I'll put the last one in there and we'll figure out what goes from there. For selecting spells, I think I actually do have to have something showing that. I want to move with the mouse so bad, but I disabled that so I could have better movement in the actual areas. Oh, she's locked the areas? Sure. I just need to have the spell thing on the bottom, like this thing right here. let's test that out and see what I got here. All kinds of screenshotting going on. Oh, I failed that game of Operation. Little did I know that all those years of playing that game would actually just me, you know, prepping for Windows 10, and when you drag it across the screen, if you touch the sides, it goes to full screen. And of course, this monitor is too big for the stream, so that's why everything is windowed. Yeah, probably that'll be fine. It'll suck if I change it later, but whatever. Technically, I'm adding the ability to switch which spells in each direction and the ability to level up spells and everything later, but not in this version. Not in this version at all. So all my save thingies off screen real fast. I guess I don't really need this beyond a certain point here. Let's just call this spells. Okay, let's go to Incarnate and then just upload that. Incarnate's such a great program. It's literally how I did most of the graphics for the other game, and Remember Tomorrow, so it works out pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Perfect. It's even dark, so... Well, actually... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do I want to feather the sides of this so it looks a little better? Let's see how it looks before I do that. That seems almost unnecessary. Yeah, I don't care that much. Oops. Doesn't take up the full screen here. Kind of tiny. Looks like spacebar to drag around. Could. It won't match the other stuff very well. I have, let's see. You cast a spell to put that there, and status menu, and then a note at the bottom to talk to Tinka about it. I can put it way up here, it's smaller. And then... we'll edit this one. To cast this spell. Oops, don't need an extra under there. I'm going to push him up even farther here so I have enough space for one more below that, because I think I need quite a bit of extra space here. As is usually the case, I am often just winging it. Can I multi-select? Group these ones, please. Thank you. I guess I'll align all the text the same. The images won't all be completely lined up, but that's okay. And then... I'm going to click save because I don't want to do all that again. And well, first of all, that's actually the wrong text. That text should be Down here I need a different text here. Select this spell. Select the spell. And pressing. Can't type. 1 through 7. That one looks like an eye. Apparently that's just how it is. This font makes it look like an eye. How unfortunate. I don't think I like that very much, but I don't think I'm going to change the entire font just for that. I mean, it literally has the number in the bottom. It works just like Diablo. I mean, I literally stole the idea from Diablo. And I'm probably going to put that in the interface too to show where the block and attack are as well, because that was a criticism that he just didn't know he had the abilities. Why don't you just click upload there? Nice, that's way easier. I think one of these old versions has regular images out there to mess with. So we're casting a spell with this one. Like it'll do. If only I was half the programmer I am of a, you know, graphics person. It's so much better for me. That's all lined up. Seems reasonable. This background might not be that great for a color there, because you can't really even see her wand or anything like that, but it doesn't matter, I guess. I guess it doesn't really matter, and it fits the rest of the game, so I'm not about to change every other menu just for this one thing that I might end up improving on later. That would be a little crazy. Alright, well. I also need... Ooh, what now? Firewall and star art. That's interesting. Huh. Why did you break, little buddy? Oh wait, no, it's spawns in the events here. So I will need to look at those and see. Wait, it's breaking on firewall and storm, and doesn't really matter, I guess, technically. So these ones there, which event number are you? 54? Here. These aren't looking for a graphic. Its location is in extras. I'm pretty certain I put it there. We'll double check. Or not. All right then. You get all the spell images. Let's make a special folder for those. I'm slowly getting away from the using the particle emitter thing so I can have this stuff outside of this pictures folder. But I do still use particle emitter for a lot of things. I mean, it's very useful for actual particles, but I also use it for often just displaying images because it's so good at it. I mean, granted, I have my own plugin that does it too, but in this case, my own plugin is using it. It's just I told it to be in the wrong location. My own plugin is significantly less resource intensive, is the best way to put it. I think that's all of them, right? There should be 9 of them. Oh, wait, Ghost Form doesn't have one. Oh, that reminds me. While I'm at it. Nope, not that one. I'm gonna copy one of these little text thingies here. And it's just gonna say E. It's just for Ghost Form. And then let's go ahead and add it to pop a character image, this one here. Just so the player knows that that is how you initiate that. Seems like it's bigger than those numbers, doesn't it? Even though I just literally copy pasted that. What a weird font. That's a little better. Put it in the corner there. I need one for block as well, so this people know they have block. If I do that, though, what I probably need to do is migrate these over. This is off group, never mind. I need to probably migrate spells over and then put block right here. Because you'll have block from the start, but you wouldn't have all the other ones there. I could actually just put... I have an idea here. Zero. In the case of this one, I'm not going to use any code, right? No, don't do custom code here. I just need block. Oh. Not perfect, but That's perfect than I thought. That's terrible. 30? Well, first of all, let's put it over where it's supposed to be, and then I'll worry about the rest of it in a second. Maybe I'll just put Q there, and they can also just learn the other way they can do it. Both work. Those are so big by comparison. Just under that. So what height is this at? I think you can just line up that way, right? They just auto line up. That's probably reasonable. I'll just leave it as it is. And now it has both the option to show the two things there. Alright. Got that on my list of things I had to fix. I guess not. Oh well, I intended to include it because now, I mean, at this point, so many of the controls are just shown on the screen when you get into combat. And I was just going to make the assumption that they would hit the button that actually corresponds with each of the things. So in theory, that should help. If it doesn't, I mean, I don't know if I can tell the player enough all these things here. I mean, maybe I just have to beat it into them the hard way. I'm not going to change some image names real fast. Yeah. Do a quick change so I can fix the menu, which was the original thing I was going to do. Fixing the menu problem once and for all. Well, not really once and for all. The menu's got so much work ahead. Apparently 5 of those are already in here. Good enough. Oh, did you even get the other one to work? I didn't even ask if you managed to get the first prototype to work. Oh. I mean, I could just send you a copy of it, though I guess there's not much point if the new one's gonna be there. Done in like a few days. Yeah, enjoy your lunch. If you happen to, I'll be here for another few hours, so if you happen to wander back. Yeah, it's weird. I've not been able to duplicate the error. I don't know. Can't fix it if I don't have a way to duplicate it myself. So. Well, thanks. And thanks for swinging by. With any luck, this version will be better than that version. So, a picture of, I guess, the status menu. I really need to change that. I don't like how it looks.
Hi.
I think even the menu says the controls too, just to cover all of my bases. Like literally, it said so many places.
Bye.
I had no idea. It didn't say it enough though. Soon it will say it everywhere. There'll be a painting that you'll go by. Actually, Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think it should be a painting. 100%. It should literally just be a painting on the wall. Alright, so let's get a print screen here. And then let's copy pasta that from the board there. So menu screenshot. Right. We once again return to this fine beastie right here. As is always the case, a wonderful program. I would love to stream just playing with Incarnate all day. That'd be amazing. I love drawing with Incarnate. I like doing a tile maps in RM, except for it actually looks good afterwards, whereas a lot of the tile maps in RM do not look good afterwards. Like, you can make them look good, but you gotta work. Because they will fight you the whole way. And really, a lot of it just comes down to the fact that things that are squared off like that just look so unnatural and weird. So it just takes a lot of work to make up for that little problem. Let's see. Escape to open the status menu. Press escape. Remember, peanut butter and jelly example here. You literally have to tell the person, beat it into their heads that that is how it is done. Because if you leave a step out, oh my god. Bad things gonna happen. And then I see more picture of Tinka. And I'll make this a painting in the background. And it'll be wonderful. I'll just move everything, one painting over. I'll leave one of the paintings out. This will be the first one that you fall right into. So it will look, it'll just explain it by being a painting. Which really, I think, fits this game well. Like, open catalog, upload. Much up, much load. Such wow. Let's see. I guess it's already kind of lined up with the others a bit, isn't it? Kind of farther down than all the other stuff, though. Maybe it needs to be a little higher. Plus, there's a chance that it cuts off the painting. Or it could also realign them all a bit. It kind of lines up with the bottom one, though. So maybe I wanted to line it with the bottom better. Where'd she go? Where you go, Tinka? I don't know. She moved. It was weird. I didn't like it. She vanished on me. Not too surprising. Click, 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 click. And click that one. Group these ones, move it down a bit. Oh. Group that too. My biggest concern is I don't want it to chop off the sides, but I'm pretty certain it'll just chop off all those. It'll probably do that. Alright, so we do this. Other option is I could actually shrink these down so they fit better, or just do a different stamp entirely that is smaller. Or I can fuse them with the background and then erase them manually. I don't hate that idea. Not a bad idea. That actually comes out better looking that way, actually. Yeah, it actually comes out looking a lot better that way. Nice. These can probably be even smaller too, for that matter. It gives me more space to play with if I want, but like I say, the painting tends to kind of cut things off too, so it's not ideal as is. So let's do like 200. Here that goes. Alright, not bad. I can just move this down. Well, actually, I'm going to move this up a little bit because I'm going to want to do some erasing. This one too. Behold the world's ugliest color. I choose you, ugliest color. I choose you indeed. There's no actual option to... There's a better one, is there? Nope. Okay. I could have done this a little better. Mistakes were made. I should have actually merged them in order so that this thing was on top. Not ideal. But whatever. Not a problem either. I wonder if a regular shape would look better. No, it looks terrible. A little more jagged of an edge, I think. It's difficult to get a completely jagged, completely jagged edge with a circular brush, but it's possible. Say most people aren't going to look too close at it. It's just right down there, so and it's probably going to be off the painting anyway. That being said, I still would have liked it to be better than that. But whatever. I've long since learned that almost nobody notices that stuff, and anyone who does, nobody likes them anyway. Also, they represent the like 0.001% of people that would complain about anything, so you don't worry about them. Usually you just kick something out the door because most people will look at it for like an instant. And nobody looks along the sides going, is this perfect? That's just not what normal people do. Like I say, if you trigger someone's random OCD, one random person, who cares? I've made various advertisements that have been seen by millions of people, so all I have to say is most people don't notice. They don't notice one bit. Back when I used to call myself an artist and get paid for it. Let me tell you, it doesn't make a lot of money even when your ad gets seen by millions. Which is why I no longer do that. Only 2K, barely usable. Same color to. Oh, wait. Mistakes were made. Most assuredly, mistakes were made. I just opened Daz by accident. Why, Daz? Why must you open? Continue editing. This is where you turn the grid off. Because, you know, it's designed to do a lot of D&D maps, so the, they have that so you can just easily make grids, and technically it would work really good for RM as well if you wanted a grid for some reason. It is a fantastic editor, and almost every professional D&D game uses it to make maps, so if at any point you need a way to make maps and do a great job of it, Incarnate's got your back. Plus it's like dirt cheap, like it's something like $25 a year or something, and they provide, I think, like 10,000 plus graphics now or something to work with. Plus a fantastic editor, plus you can also upload your own graphics. Very cheap for a year, you know. Oh, actually, let me, we'll get this right eventually. Let me move these down a bit. Come on. We're just talking you up, Incarnate. Don't be like that. Actually, if I move this down here, it completely hides any problems that I might have had anyway. That's pretty reasonable at that point. Oops. Before I left the grid on, huh? I don't care that much. It doesn't got to be that perfect. I say perfection is pretty much like, you know, chasing after Moby Dick or something like that. You know, you're never going to get it. Don't waste your time. Aim for good enough. Like, if it looks good enough, just kick it out the door. Nobody's going to look at it that long. No. It'll be fine. Having any product is better than no product. Even for game development. I mean, just look at all those game dev simulators. How do you get to where you have all the money later in the game? You release a whole bunch of really crappy games to get, you know, the word out. Also, that's why we use the really ugly pink, because look at how nice that is. I mean, you can kind of see a little bit of an issue there, but it's not too bad. I guess I can clean it a little more. Oops. I guess I can clean it a tiny fraction more. Really just give it. I could have tweaked the tool to get it perfect, but I didn't do that. Okay, try again, but this time with feeling. Oh, maybe not. Usually what I end up doing is not even that. I just do the I just do a stroke around it. That usually covers oh, yeah, never mind on that. Oops. I did not account for this. I have a new strategy here. Try this again. This is where we're going to get tricky. Because I didn't account for this weird coloring here. Let's take this entire image here. And just create another layer of it. Okay. Now I can do whatever I want to the rest of it. And nobody cares. Perfect. In fact, look, boom, it's right there. It's been fixed. What a wonderful person I am. Where was I getting rid of this ugly pink crap? We are about solutions here. Oh, apparently delete does a does undo. Interesting. Really? You get all the layers, huh? That's fine, I'll just put another one. What do you think of that? Hmm? That's right. You thought nothing. Merge these. The paintings are all 1920 by 1080, correct? Let's see. Well, in case they're a different size. You'll do. Yep, 1920, 1080. I do not need this one anymore. Thank you. But no. Let's make a new 1020, 1080. Let's copy paste it from there because it decides to add the white as well, and I do not want that, so copy. I could have just actually resized this one, couldn't I? That's true. Why am I not just resizing this to the logical number here? Not ideal. In hindsight, I probably should have been a little more careful about making it exactly perfect. However, that's fine, it doesn't matter. We can fix this. Boop. Perfect. Stroke it white, maybe. That doesn't really show that much, does it? I know why. Not multiply. Ain't nobody like multiply. Oh, thanks, I hate that. I was just fixing the random thing around. I think I'll just do black, and then... do an outer glow. I can even do inner glow if I want. It'll do for now. It's not perfect, but that's fine. Doesn't really have to be. I did that, didn't I? I'll save it as a PNG this way. And then I also want to save it without. Really now? Well, we can't have these, so yeah. Off. Any other little fuzzies that are hanging out? Doesn't matter with a black background, but for this it kind of matters. This is for the itch.io page. So if you're wondering why I'm saving one without the background, that is it. That is the exact reason. This one we're going to save as a KRA for the itch.io. Then I can make changes to it later, and then I'm also going to save it as a PNG, because I would like all the stuff there. And let's go on over to our little controls thingy. I believe edit game is what it was, right? No, it's edit theme. Back to view page. No, it isn't. It's the other one. I'm stupid. Don't mind me. I'm just stupid. It seems a little small, right? For such a big image, you think they'd be a little bigger than that, but not what I want it to be. It's fixable. A lot of the problem is these sides here, right? So hey, Blended Journeyman, how's it going? Doing a bit of repairs on this itch.io page, or it is made of failure and sadness. Oh, you replicated a bug? Yeah, there's an NPC bug where sometimes the quest ends, but they're still there. And sometimes it rewards you for the quest anyway. A nice location for that. Thank you for putting it literally at the top, which is so weird. Paste. Paste. Okay. All right. Why in the world does it not want to paste? That's strange. Unless it's doing it at the top or something, or at the bottom. How bizarre. Huh. Lock and shot at the same time? Cause that's my notes. Fixes. Shooting a bug caused by shooting and blocking at the same time. That makes sense. I don't think I've ever intentionally tried that, but I'm sure I've accidentally done it in the heat of battle. So it would make a lot of sense if that's what causes it. Well, I guess these controls look a little better, but they're also a little small. Am I okay with how small they are? I don't know if I am. I don't know if I am at all. We get bigger with the page? No. How about, and I'm just saying, we leave this in the center, but we resize this canvas so it's only like 1,000 across. No, that's not going to work. It's going to need to be a lot, it's going to need to be wider than that. Maybe 1,200 across? Would that make it better? Oh yeah, the clowns. I think the clowns might be the wrong starting enemy. I mean, because they're kind of vicious, and probably the most ruthless of the lot, like for chasing you down. And they weirdly dodge really well, but I don't recall putting anything that makes them truly dodge that well. It's just for some reason the code mixes together to make them dodge bizarrely well. I'm all sitting there like shooting at them like crazy, going, "Stop moving!" I guess since they have to charge you, there is a reason why they dodge really well, but man, they dodge too well. Or maybe I just suck at shooting. That could be it too. Hearing someone else say they dodge really well makes me feel a little more vindicated. Mostly. Okay, right there. That's not bad looking. They are bigger. You know, in hindsight, maybe they don't need a background for the itch.io page. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. I have an idea. Save as clone. Itch.io. Oh yeah, that is like the tensest part of the game I can think. Well, that's not true. It's definitely one of the more tense parts of the game. I thought about giving the player heal to start with, but trial by fire, right? No heal for you. I guess. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, let's do this. And then I can just do... I pushed all those to the background. Doesn't look bad without even the things on there on the sides. Oh. Of course, the foreground has it too, huh? Boom. What in the world are you? It's clearly not in the foreground, whatever it is. It should be. Actually, I can just subtract it. Okay, that makes it look better. Is this even worth the extra effort? I'm not sure if that's true. I guess my question, Blind German, is the game at least not awful? Poorly paced, sure, but not awful at least. After all, the only review I've had so far has been the most glowing review of the first 30 minutes of a cutscene that only takes, 6 to 8 minutes. 5 minutes of the combat where he didn't know what he was doing. He hated the game. To the surprise of nobody, he hated the game a lot. Alright. Well, one of the planned fixes is to reduce the number of tarot cards in this version, and then later versions all the other objectives, and more to do. That is definitely a plan that should be out by this Saturday. Well, actually, by Sunday, I should say, because I'm going to stream Saturday. Okay, this is just going to look terrible. Never mind this plan. I'm just going to stick with the other itch.io version. I don't think this looks that bad, though. I kind of want to cut these things off the top and bottom. To be completely honest, they don't look very good to me. I think that's what's going to happen here. This looked terrible. This is not good. Or if I just remove these... Hopefully I can squash some of these game-breaking bugs that people are encountering. Well, actually, so far, you're the only ones who even played any distance into it. Another person who was really interested in it, like Shadow Dragon, he can't get it to run. I don't know why. I can't duplicate the error he's been getting. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, it's actually edit game. Oh, there's one more thing I could do to make it look a little nicer. That is a good question. Did you say? I'll check in a second here, because I mean I'm on the itch.io thing, so I can actually look there. And I'll just check right now, because I'm gonna make another change to this graphic that I want to make. So, comments, blah blah blah. Game. I don't think I asked. It doesn't say. I'll have to ask at some point. It's possible he's trying on Mac or something, which would explain a weird error. After all, RM does run inside of an OS. No, sorry, inside of a browser, so you're kind of roped into that little problem. Since Apple recently made some changes, I think back where I made like I think even before MZ was released, that made things not work correctly in there. And there's not enough people testing the OS to even see if things have been improved in MZ or not. We're going to feather this a bit. Whenever you want something to kind of blend in, this is like the easiest, cheesiest way to pull it off. Just erase small sections of it. Just so you don't have hard lines. Plus, the whole aesthetic of Poppet Quest is I want everything to be kind of run down. Since the mansion there inside is, you know, not exactly populated by people. People don't go there anymore. It's off the beaten path, and exactly why all this is going on there. Why doesn't put soul into toys in just any old mansion? Yeah, that already looks better just that way. Just a quick little change like that, no problem. Also, we'll resave it as a KRA, so I have a backup in case I want to change it. Graphics as hell do lag a bit, okay. I mean, I'm on Windows 10 as well. So we should be getting a pretty similar experience. I mean, there are particles, so the particle has to trigger over a certain period of time. So every time the particle is triggered, it should be a little... There's going to be a brief moment where it doesn't quite set up. And then it should loop. Unfortunately, there's not really a way around that, other than to make the particle significantly faster so that you just don't notice. But the downside to that is to make it faster. It's faster all the time, so it consumes considerably more resources to do so. It's kind of a trade-off with the way the particles work. I'll have to figure something out. I'm blind, apparently. I cannot. It's right here. I was like, where is this thing? I am so blind. Okay, and then this should be fine. Save, view the page. I don't like the spacing in between that particularly. But it doesn't look like there's a way to actually reduce the spacing other than, well, actually there's one thing I could probably do. Because it's the size of the image, that's why it's having a problem here. Maybe like 950. About 950. Maybe 900. $900 it is. We liking it. We liking it a lot. It's just probably like, why is he uploading the same graphic, only slightly different, over and over and over? Make up your damn mind. I think these also have a bunch of space on them that probably doesn't need to be there. I don't really want to resave each one of those though right now. I think I'll do important things and just change this later. It's a little bit better. I do think there's just additional spacing on those. It doesn't need to be there. It is probably better than just having words, though. Anyway, the main purpose of doing all this is to make a change to a photo here. Yeah, art can take a while, especially if you need to fit a specific style. Oh my gosh. Let's put this as controls here. I'm going to eliminate one of the photos from this here. There's going to be less of them, so... They're being dropped makes sense. Am I doing the Toymaker's hand next? It's fine. And then guess I'll do that. I don't know why I'm capitalizing all that one. I just am, apparently. Fine. Alright, so then this here. I name this image what again? My controls, right? I definitely don't need the JPEG. This is map 3, so let's go directly to map 3. Do not pass go. Not collect 200 gold pieces. Or I guess in this case, doll parts. Because that's the currency they use in the attic. Pieces of other dolls, because they don't have money. Where would they get money from? They're dolls in an attic. Or just toys. Oh yeah. Like doing that's great for the point and clicks and everything like that. The God, there was a whole series of them where literally it was just like pictures of things, and then it would just have, you know, you'd move the mouse over certain areas, and there would just be an arrow that would appear to go to a different place. And there'd be stuff you could click on the scenes, and there were so many of them on Android. I actually think for the more fanciful stuff, they're just rendering stuff with DAZ, is my guess. Or you can make it with Incarnate or something like that. God, Incarnate would be great for doing that sort of a game. I kind of want to make one. But no, I have to make Diablo with dolls. This is important. Wait, transfer info's here. That's right. It's on the first page that I have this here. I have all the maps set up so I can just transfer to whichever one I need without having to input a new command. Wish I could remember the names of those. I think Lost Lands was the name of it. Thinking about it, Lost Lands. There's a whole, like 6 of them or something like that. There's actually a bunch of games just like it. And they all do exactly that. See, there you go. Look, now there is the controls. Now I don't have to explain it to people. They're right there. I left off ghost form though, by the way. Damn it, I did. I guess I can leave off the talk to Tinka thingy. Yeah, I left off ghost form. Still, I like this idea now because you literally land here. You can see exactly what the controls are. It goes over story, I guess. So I have to skip the story on, apparently. I think. That's odd. Did Tinka not spawn? Yeah, I'm just gonna beat it into him. Like, you know, at this point, it's all over the place. Seriously, you guys should know how to control the game now. If you don't know by now, then there's no helping some people. Yeah, I should leave her off anyway because I don't think I want to introduce her until she introduces herself anyway. Well, mistakes were made. As they say. Mistakes were made. Alright, so I need a picture of the ghost form thingy then. Oh, Incarnate, why are you so amazing? Pretty much. I definitely, I mean, I'm trying to be as accommodating as possible for those people who are, well, maybe not the fastest on the uptake. But, you know, there is some criticism that is fair. I mean, I definitely, only put it in 2 locations, right? So, it could be in 3. It's fine. It could. Not sure if I'm going to put it in a 4th one or anything, but I think 3 is fine. Where would it go? Here. About 250. We don't need this one. No, no. That might become something I do on stream. Just sit there and play with Incarnate and make all kinds of maps, because that's how I made all the maps for the other game. So if I were to, for some reason, work on the other game again, I would be using Incarnate a lot on stream. And Incarnate's kind of fun to watch, like, you know, when you do the actual art for it. It actually has surprisingly good view potential. I mean, if you've ever liked watching someone make maps, Incarnate just does a way better job than RPG Maker ever did. It is very good at what it does. Let's see. Don't move it up. Move it where it is. See. So that means I need to redo a couple of these actually. Mistakes were doubly made. What is the text I need for this? Oh, so it would just be press E to enter host form. I guess I could put both right in combat, or simply move up and move up outside of combat. I realize that's a problem. That it reacts differently in 2 different areas, so I might need to include that information. I guess I could like space it like this so it actually looks closer to the other one there. Like put it like this and then put this here like that, and then it matches better. Oh, if that's the case, I want to move them all up. Come back to me, grid. Come back. You are needed. Group it all. Perfect. That's probably fine. Nice. I mean, that's kind of cool, you know, just using IRL things to make all the stuff. Now, one of these really cool games I played, it was called Lumino City. It's a point-and-click adventure game as well, and the person had made every single thing out of pieces of paper that he had just torn up to make all the stuff. It made a whole world that way. It was really cool. I was like, this is some of the neatest graphics, and I'd never seen anything like it. It's just he happened to just really like to do that, evidently. It was a fun game too. So, you know. And the whole goal of the game was to get to the top of the city to rescue your grandfather, so you got to see this huge city that was just made entirely out of torn pieces of paper. Kind of reminds me of South Park in a way, where everything's just made out of garbage. Like, you know, it's just a little torn piece of paper. Only this was much better done than South Park is for graphics. I get that South Park's purpose is that it's supposed to be terrible looking, but still, this was nice looking. Alright, so let's do this again, but do it better. Much better. We have learned our lesson from last time. Yeah. In hindsight, this color is closer to Poppet's hair than I want it to be. Yeah. I really do think that a unique look is more important than even having a great game, to be honest, because it's just hard to get people to even look at your game. Let's see, what's the current stats on old Poppet Quest here? Speaking of hard to get people to look at your game, let's, well, I'll just move this one over. I don't need the full thing. Yeah, 16 downloads, 118 views. Hard to get people to look at your game. So, I'm just saying, it's kind of a challenge. People do not wish to look at your stuff. And that's what the art style as it is. Imagine if I just had the most generic of generic looks. Good luck. So if you're doing IRL things, that's going to be a lot more interesting, I think, to people than... Did I even export this? I don't know. Do it again. A lot more interesting than just the generic things that people are doing. Sure. This one here, I have so many copies of this, I should probably delete the other ones. So much effort to do this right the first time, only to have to do it all again because I wrote the wrong thing. I know it's going to delete some of that, but I'm just going to copy paste the new ones on top of it from another picture, so it's fine. That's pretty funny. Yeah, like I'm not even charging. Like I've seen this before. When I released the prototype during a game jam, it had 40 some odd downloads over a month. People are like, well, but Steam gets 10 times the traffic. Okay, that means it has 400 downloads over a month for a free game. Now, in the best world, let's say all 400 of those people buy your game. For like $5. If you factored how many hours it took, your $2,000 you just got, it's not very much. It's really not. Plus, you paid $100 to put it there. Plus, we're assuming that everyone is actually going to buy your game, and probably not the case, you know? So, you know, you got to build a name. That's the problem. It doesn't matter how good your game is or how bad it is. If nobody knows it's out there, it's irrelevant. But I like to go with the we'll use the Mr. Beast example. You know, right now, Mr. Beast could come along and release like Flappy Beast 2.0, where literally it's just Flappy Bird, but it has a Mr. Beast head on it, or Mr. Beast logo. And that game will get millions of downloads because he's so popular. He's so well known. So it doesn't matter that his game is crap. Whereas you could release literally the greatest game ever, and it would get, you know, maybe 0.001% of that, because who are you again? That's right, not Mr. Beast. So, everyone tells you your first commercial game will fail, so this literally, I figure the first game you release should just be get your name out there. To be completely honest, you just got to get your name out there. Which is why I turned it into a YouTube thing, because I mean, I might as well use YouTube to get things out there, because you're going to build fame either way. Two birds, one stone, work on it while trying to build fame. At least that's my theory. But it's rough. Like, it is. I could put it in more locations as well and try to really get a bit better going on, but it's going to be a pretty hard sell, I imagine. Oh, it's on erase right now. Don't erase. Do black. Thank you. That's okay. As long as you're having fun doing it, it doesn't matter that much. You know? I would not recommend this as anybody's day job. Let's just put it that way. Like, you know, don't quit your day job. Don't do that to yourself. Have fun with this, but yeah, remember that there's no money in it. So always keep that in mind. Yes. I mean, you know, as the age-old saying goes, sex sells. There you go. Yeah, it's just true. I mean, we're hardwired to be interested in that sort of thing. So right now you're trying to sell people on the concept that your game idea is interesting to them. And it's going to be hard because they're not instinctually driven to your game, whereas they are to adult content. So I've thought about it. That's why the running joke that I've had always is put as many female characters in your game as possible. So if your game does badly, you can always release the adult version later. Just choking on my tongue there. But yeah, like you can just go, oh look, here is the adult upgrade, haha. So it's really hard to get traction. And you know, the thing is in the RM community, it's small, so you're not really going to get a lot of anything from them. Most of my traction is coming from YouTube itself, because live streaming gets you, it puts you at the top of their things, at the top of everyone's subscriber thing. So I get most of my views that way. Even then, they don't provide me that much. So it's like, how much am I really getting? Okay, well, I'm still getting some. I mean, I've definitely heard, you know, tales of what it's like to stream on Twitch, and people go, yeah, you know, you stream on there, and like there's people who just sit there with 0 views forever because you, there's no discoverability. So even if you have the best stream ever with perfect mic, perfect webcam, all this cool stuff, who will see you? It's just no one. And if you ever scroll down and look, you can see all the people that are just sadly sitting there with 0 views, and it's rough to watch. Absolutely rough. Let me save a version of this for the game. Yep. I try to support the various people in the community and watch them, but I also have so little time to even do so. Like, you know, I'll go check out people's streams, but if I'm streaming, you know, 5 to 6 hours a day and then working like, you know, 6 to 8 hours a day, and I still want to sleep, there's like no time in my day. So I try to go by everyone's thing and, you know, thumbs up stuff and try to respond to things, but there's not enough time in my days. I think that's a big problem, is like, you know, a lot of us are just marketing to other devs, and devs are notoriously have no free time. So it's kind of maybe not the best thing to do, but at the same time, it's the community we're already part of, so it's a lot easier to do that than... Well, I've tried marketing on like places like Twitter and stuff. And good luck. Oh, Twitter. You get no traffic on Twitter. At least I get no traffic on Twitter. I need to resize this to fit the itch one here. How big would the itch one by the end here? 1200 by 900. Oh yeah, Archaea made one of those ages ago. Yeah, like it's rough, man. I don't have any other way to put it. It's just rough. You're gonna have a real hard time finding people to talk to in this community. And I really do think that a lot of it is just time. I think I shrunk this first and then I did it, and that's why it doesn't fit too well. I guess I can just do it this way. Like, we'll just do this. Let's resize it back to that there. Actually, I can just click redo, right? And then I'll just resize. Then you do the feathering effect around the outside. Which doesn't take too incredibly long, but I do need enough space to do it convincingly. That'll get the job done right there. But there's still people in the community. Like, it's still there. It's just, it's definitely not as big as it once was. So I regret that I ended up with those health problems for, well, for many reasons. But for that year and a half, because when I first got them, things were starting to go really well. I was already starting to get traction on streaming. The community was significantly larger. But in that year and a half time, when I came back, so many people had gone. All the people I was chatting with and everything were just gone. Maybe they left for other reasons, I don't know, but they were a lot of the people who were the most talkative on the forums. I think some were tired that things didn't change. Some got just busy in life. I don't know. I expect people to leave the community over time. It's just how it is. You know, life comes up, things happen, but it seems like they didn't get replaced by anybody. So I'm really hoping that they do something to spark some interest. Like, I really am. Like, I don't want RM to do badly. Unfortunately, the community can only do so much, and I'd say I'm not seeing any traction on social media for RM. I am seeing some traction on YouTube, so it's not the worst, but it's more people who are excited by the graphics that I'm making and not specifically doing RM. Though a couple of the regulars, they who watch are part of it. I mean, obviously you're part of the community, so there's still some. I don't know. And the other thing is a lot of people don't want to hunt down to the information, because it's funny, there's tutorials for like almost everything for a lot of the really simple stuff, and yet people still go to the forums and go, well, how do you do this? And there's like tutorials all over YouTube saying, hey, this is how you do this. So I don't know. We need more people who are really into it, you know, into making things in the community. And GGG needs to really, really go out of their way to spark interest somewhere. I don't care how they do it, but they gots to do it. Why do I have one above there? Oh, I think I deleted controls and that was the problem. Sometimes you click delete one too many times. The interface for itch.io sucks. That's the best way to put it. It sucks. It's so bad. I did a terrible job. But I also don't think it matters. Because if I view the page, kind of matches the background anyway. No, it still has those lines too. I did a terrible job. Let me fix my terrible job. I've been inspired by Alice Asylum's game dev Bible to put pictures of everything in my notes. So I have my own game dev Bible. And you have a cool thing at the end to show people. You're like, look at this, it's so cool. One more time with feeling. As I've done this, I don't know how many times, trying to make it look good. I mean, I'm doing it for 2 different things, so it's not like it's just for the itch page. I don't think I'd spend this much time on the itch page for just changing the controls, but maybe. You don't need more assets, but why not? All the assets. Every asset pack. Yeah, one of the things that, was it, Sigma Secor did, he just, every time anyone released any plugins or whatever, or any kind of assets, he just made a news thing where he just told people, yeah, these are out. And he gained a whole bunch of traction doing that just every day. If you want easy, reusable content, that's pretty easy. And he stopped doing it because he wanted to make games instead, but I think he was better off sticking with the YouTube, to be honest. I haven't played through his games. They seem okay. I mean, I probably want to try him at some point, but I'll probably even play him on stream at some point just because he's so well known and I've talked to him so much. I just kind of feel like I should play his games, but looks nice. Yeah, he was gaining a lot of traction that way, and his games don't gain that much traction. He has to post everywhere and tell people, oh, play my game, blah, 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 and just be helpful and all these things. There's just not the demand for the games like there is for, you know, how to make the games. Or information about what's out. So I don't think anyone else is really doing the news. I don't really have any interest in doing that. My goal is to make games and, you know, I just enjoy streaming. I detest making regular videos. I just do. I don't like it. I just like the interaction. So it's like, I could do this, but what if? And I'm just saying I don't. Because if left unchecked, I will talk way too much. Yes, yes indeed. I actually spent basically 2 years just sitting at card shops, like Magic the Gathering card shops, and just trading Magic cards and chatting with people. This is cool. It was a lot of fun, and met lots of people, did lots of cool things, and made a whole lot of money trading Magic cards. You'd be amazed how much money you can make doing that. I was like, yep. I later on opened up my own card business because I had made so much money trading during those 2 years. I'm like, well, I might as well keep making more money. Eric did the game dev Bible approach. He included exorcism guides and a book on demons he used to make things. Nice. They're pretty cool. I mean, I've been slowly making lore. Like, I've got a world anvil for this that I've just been adding to. It's not a public world anvil, but for the world that I'm making, every time I put all these things like that in there, so it's kind of like a game dev Bible anyone could mess with. So, I mean, it's kind of cool to have. Gets people interested. Anything you can put up there to get people interested is not too bad. These kind of stick out the sides, but they don't stick out up here. That kind of sucks, but not enough that I care. All in all, though, at this point, you really can't miss the controls. Like, seriously, you can't miss them. They're right there. Someone's like, put a sign. Here is my sign. Hopefully they don't miss it. I didn't write the word controls above it. I guess I could do that. Literally, it's like controls. This big, huge words on a frame. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would like to make some sort of thing like that. I actually just kind of want to tell stories in the world. Like, I don't even care if I make games with it anymore. I could just make cutscenes and things like that. Just make all sorts of stuff that, you know. I mean, all these engines could do that. And I think that the audience for a video of that kind of nature is significantly higher than the audience for a game. Even though I do like game dev quite a bit. So if you look, though, the audience for just these isn't too bad, too, because, you know, what, yesterday I had almost 6 hours of watch time? Put that in perspective, like, reason why everyone should stream, especially because streaming is fun, but let's play a little game here. Oh, I picked up a sub, nice. So let's do a thing here. You can look at the analytics for the last 28 days. This is what we have going on, 126.8 watch hours. Nice. I originally, when I first did this and put up some early videos of my gameplay and everything like that, started all the way back in like 2022. Then I had health problems for like a while. And I got a lot of views, sure. Sorry, let's do lifetime. I got a lot of views, sure. Right back then, huge amount of views. Watch time that. But if you look where all my watch time is, oh, that's right. Here is all the watch time right here. That's right. All this time here, all those other videos that I released that were so cool, the watch time was nothing. So, 400.1 is my total watch time for the channel. Now, let's look at just 2023. 323.7. Like, you see how much better streaming is for watch hours than videos. Because YouTube pushes them. It does. It really does. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. Like a little chalkboard that just shows something like that. You just literally, you know, just have it, you know, sitting there like that. And you could actually, to do even dialogue or something like that. I should do shorts. But yeah, for dialogue like that, you could literally have, you know, just write it on a chalkboard and then just erase it. Have like a chalkboard that is like, you know, completely clear. And then have like write the next one like that, and you could just transition to the clear chalkboard and then transition to the next chalkboard with stuff on it. Even fading it in, like you could actually just have a border for your chalkboard, kind of like these pictures are, and then just change the picture. You could actually do your dialogue that way. That'd be kind of fun. So this fixes the controls problem, and I think it does it much more elegantly than everything because, you know, Tinka changes paintings, so I believe that gets the job done. So we got that. Main menu controls? Nah, fam. They're in a picture now. Controls for the title screen? No. Nah, fam. I did this one because I think it looks the best. Let me show the player's controls is right. Perfect, right there. Sure. This is the stuff that has to be done for Prototype 2, which has to be done by the end of Saturday's stream. She has a few dialogues, that's right. So I have a bunch of dialogues to be written here. How about we have the bosses spawn? Okay, here's the question here. Do I make the boss, make you have to collect tarot cards or whatever MacGuffin that you need to collect while the boss is there to fight? Or do I just make the boss the main attraction? I think I just make the boss the main attraction. It just sounds like the collecting thing is not that neat, I don't think. Well, let's do that. Oh, I thought oh my gosh, I thought the game's music had suddenly turned back on. And I was like, wait, the game's music shouldn't be on. No, it's just the music playing in the background. I kind of have an idea for how to do some shorts that might actually be interesting. I'm thinking about doing it. The only reason I don't do the shorts, though, as far as those go for YouTube, is that they don't count towards the watch hours. So you have to either get 4,000... Oh, you either have to get 4,000 watch hours by videos and streams, or 10 million views to get monetized with shorts. That sounds like an impossible number. Like, So it's like, well, why even do shorts at that point? If they only count towards the 10 million that I'm never going to get. I mean, but they do get you traffic to your thing. Yeah, so there is an argument for that. They're push, they get you traffic to your thing. So maybe, I don't know, I'll have to think about it. Because I do think that they're a good call. Like, I should have, like, little game dev videos. Not game, sorry, like, little clips of my game, like, what's happening as short. That's probably one of the things I'm going to do with them. I'm definitely going to do shorts because you have to lean into YouTube's algorithm. YouTube will not help you otherwise. But if you give YouTube what it wants, it will reward you. It will definitely reward you. So WinCon does this, right? It has to be expanded. Right now it's just if it's greater than 22, and I could just change this number and it would change it for all of them, but that is not what we want to do. So I hate doing it this way. This seems so jank. But in the absence of a better method, because of the timing, we'll do this. So dictates how many hero cards need to be collected. So let's see, let's create a new variable here, and the option is going to be, so let's required number, I guess. You don't really want to use something like required. That might be like a JavaScript term or something. And we'll default it to 22, so if it ever messes up, it'll... No. We'll default it to like 10, so if it ever messes up, then it'll allow you to still beat the level. So in this case, then we'll make required number equal... Alright, so there are 22 cards in the tarot. So obviously for Attic 4, you'll have to collect all 22 of whatever MacGuffin, but in this case, tarot cards. 22 for that one. Do I just subtract 4 each time? I mean, that's fine. Because that means that you'll be collecting 10 on the first map, and that doesn't seem awful. Attic 5 is not in the game. For purposes of some of the videos, though, it had every one of the bosses spawns in that map, just as my, showcase the combat, but I haven't done that in a while. And then let's see, options now equal to required number. Nice extra few hits there, keyboard. Okay. And I'm also going to console log the required number. Okay. So 10, 14, 18, 22. So now DM also spawns in the things when building the levels. So in these fine beasties right here. Oh, hey Katsurina, how's it going? RPG Maker doesn't have to be this confusing. But if you will notice the title of the stream, it is doing dumb things with RPG Maker. Normal people don't do this. There were all these extra plugins and things like that. This is just to go well beyond what the software was ever designed to do. It's about sending a message, you see. But if you want to see what it's normally like, there's like plenty of videos of people just doing the normal draw tiles and do things. It's not that confusing. Not like this. Never like this. Let's make this 4. Oh. Right. I think I'm just going to define all the tarot cards this way. I don't need to do it. I can shoot it every time. It's so little code, who cares? So, let's see, this will be... This one is going to be Tarot 4. I don't think I even use the door anymore, but that's okay. Oh, yeah, like... You don't got to do anything of this nature. This is just crazy town. Don't do this. That's my advice to you. Don't do what I'm doing here. That's dumb. Like, it literally says in the stream title. It's dumb. Don't do it. Do what the engine is intended to do with. Make a, you know, either like a little horror game or like, you know, a just JRPG, just, you know, exactly what the engine's supposed to do. Maybe use some plugins. Don't get too crazy. Don't write your own plugins. Don't do any of that. This is just for people who made bad life decisions. I'll own up to it. I made bad decisions. It's fun. I really enjoy just the whole trying to use things in a way that's not normal. Like, I'm the guy who goes into, like, you know, your MMO game and goes, okay, well, how do I break into the areas you're not supposed to be in? How do I phase through your, you know, floors? How do I do things? I just like to do weird things and go beyond what I should do. So sometimes that's bad. Oh yeah, point and click this was not designed for point and click either. That's because the mouse controls suck. It doesn't really register the clicks very well, and getting it to do that requires a lot of extra code. Like, if you want ARM to do something that it's not supposed to, be prepared to make it do a lot of coding. Yeah, like you're gonna have to work at it. ARM's not designed to do a lot of things, and it shows. It's really not. It's good at what it does, though. Which is make a JRPG, or a horror game, because apparently people make more horror games than JRPGs with it. In the most ironic turn of events. It should be called Horror Game Maker for how many years are made. But there is definitely a charm in trying to make the engine do something it's not. Like, you know, just seeing how far you can, you know, push the envelope before it all comes crashing down. The RM Jenga tower comes falling down. Okay, so this should cause each of those there to spawn those. And these arrays are just event arrays telling it which of the tarot to spawn. And each of these corresponds to a tarot card. Yeah, let's give that a test. Oh wait, I gotta go to the right map. I don't wanna... We're gonna skip past the other map because I don't want to be that guy. This one. Perfect. Yes, start new game. Yeah, unless you're doing weird stuff like this with your game. Yeah. Oh, I didn't turn that off. Oops. I forgot I turned on all the dialogue things that I have because I haven't finished that yet. Sure, I don't care. I need to disable her so she doesn't talk while I open the portals.
I sense danger.
That's right, I don't have the music on. That's fine, I don't care. I don't need the music on.
Don't even try.
Oh, wait, there's another change I need to make. Is it under story? I think so. Yeah, quests. I need to change the text on these. Yeah. Number locked on? Good. 14, 18, and 22. We just need to see if it counts to 10 before it spawns Binky. The terrifying force known as Binky. Sometimes you just have squeaky clown toys. Actually, even those enemies were from even the Game Jam game, the first version of this that was, you know, not the best. And, okay, I'm not sure I can be able to beat this without rescuing the heal guy. Oh, that's right. I changed the controls, so it's, now left to cast spells. My bad. Block's easier to do now because it's like easy, it's just right click. Alright, so we got 5 of them. I don't think I could even beat the boss without the heal spell. He's so, like, if you get hit even once, like, if you get caught in his fires, they do so much damage. It's very Dark Souls-y. Oh, there we go. Hey, buddy.
I can find that. Take cover.
Wanna come with me?
Take cover.
Come with me if you want to live.
Take cover.
Come with me because I want to live. Who am I kidding? I can't sneak through there. I was hoping. There's not enough space. That's probably the best way to fight the clown heads, if you can just get them to come towards you, because you move far away from them. Also, if you block, they bounce off your shield and they wander around a little bit because their behavior pattern's set to do that. There's another faster version that I was working on that literally explodes upon hitting that. That's the, because they're much faster. That's their drawback.
You're welcome.
All right.
Don't even try.
So I need 3 more cards.
Don't even try. Take cover.
If I can't find an additional card after that, and if Binky spawns at 10, then it'll probably work for the other ones too, since it's just, you know, I'm only changing 1 number for each of the different areas, so it shouldn't be anything too crazy. The little evasion thingy is so overpowered.
Take cover.
I highly recommend everyone make use of it in this game.
Lovely. Take cover.
It's actually why I feel like it's safe to make the game harder intentionally, because you have so many evasions.
I need your energy.
So I have to make the game harder just so the player is threatened.
Don't even try.
In the corner there.
Don't even
Even then, this still feels like a lot of cards.
take cover.
But I'm going to use a different MacGuffin for each area, so they're just not in yet.
Don't even try.
Where are you, last 2 tarot cards? Definitely doesn't feel like it spawned extra, that's for certain. One of them over there.
Don't even try. Take cover.
I guess I could mark that block actually pulls stuff to you. Tinka says it does. Like, she'll tell you much more about the controls than that one picture does. Yep. Binky comes out at 10. Nice.
Cover.
Suck it, Binky. Oh, hey, Fearless. Welcome back.
Take cover.
The little force field's annoying.
Take cover. Stop. Stop.
Does stop work on Binky? Yep. You don't normally have stop for Binky, so...
Take
Because
cover.
you get stop from beating Binky, so you don't normally have it. But just in case you somehow, like, there's a new game plus or something later, I figured I'd at least make certain it works on him. That seems like it works okay. That's not even that good against Binky, from what I can tell. It's okay, but...
Take cover. Stop. Don't even try. Stop. I need more energy.
It's really hard to hit with it.
Take cover.
Okay, I keep hitting the wrong button, because I mean, I played this game so long where right-click did all the spells, and now that I have left-click doing them all, I keep hitting right-click, and I have right-click to block. So I keep hitting the wrong button.
Don't even try.
Overall, it seems fine.
Stop. Don't even try. Take cover.
I think the Binky fight's probably the most boring one because you don't get a lot of extra spells for this fight. You get heal and the main spell. Whereas later on you get, oops. Once again, hit the wrong button. I could probably give him less health, but I don't know. I'm going to rebalance the game anyway, and probably a later version. Probably Prototype 4 will get the rebalance, I think, because Prototype 3 will have new areas. And Prototype 2 is, of course, the refixing of the story. Just fixing of some serious bugs. So Prototype 3 I'll almost certainly finish the secret area. And it'll no longer be a secret area. And then I'll probably add in the well, maybe the voodoo dolls. Maybe Bugaboo will come in too. I don't know. Those dolls might be in there. I already have the assets made for them, but the voodoo dolls have a glitch that can crash the game, so I haven't been able to figure out exactly why. It's a problem with how I animated them. So it's going to take some serious reworking to make them do their attack correctly. I do think the left button being attack and then right having block is much better though. I can also use middle mouse button to do it as well, but I didn't bother to put that on there. Kind of works weird. The fact you can shoot a lot of the projectiles out of the sky is also a thing. So your main attack can actually act as a defense. But any projectile-based spell can actually be annihilated by them too, so projectiles, especially like the stop spell, can be kind of nerfed by that. It makes them less good, but it also means you have to try to position them so they can stop the enemy a long time because they're so much harder to hit with. Got them. Not a problem. I'm not going to beat all the bosses, but just out of curiosity. Figured I'd test the controls out since I made changes, and they seem reasonable once I got used to the fact I'd reversed everything. There could be a notification for when you beat the boss. Anyway, if it works for one, it likely works for the others, so I'm not too worried about that. And I'm sure I'll get plenty of time to test it as I go along here. Okay, so that improvement is... I figured that'd be really easy. Oh, I hate working with Tinka. Like, her event has gotten so complicated. And the timing on everything and the lockdowns and things to make her not interrupt things. Oh my gosh. We'll come back to that. I don't feel like doing that yet. Actually, this error right here is going to be much harder to fix. I think it already does pop out at the right area, right? I'll have to double check that. So, let's see. Oh, I should have turned those off to test to see if the story thing loads. I also need to come up with rewards for beating Anna and Snugglewolf because Anna unlocked a new area that didn't exist. But if I've restructured the game so that area is now accessible normally, it's no longer a secret special area. Do I add more content in this version? Do I have time to do that? Oof. I don't know. Because I mean, this stream is, I'm probably only going to stream maybe at most another 2 to 3 hours today. And then there'll probably another 10 hours of streaming between the other 2 days. So, you know, 12 some odd hours or more, maybe 12, 13 hours to do a whole new section. Oof. I don't know about that. That seems unlikely given that I have to write dialogue and still fix some errors. If I have time. That means we need a reward. Oh yeah, definitely going to German. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that at this point there's no reward for beating. Either boss, because one reward that was supposed to be super secret is not available, and the other reward, like, you don't really need a reward for beating Snugglewolf, I guess, because it is the end of the prototype. So what would you do with the reward anyway? That's true. But you should get something for beating Anna. There's Fortuna's stuff. Like, after Anna's area, it unlocks Fortuna. You can also get Fortuna's rewards by simply leaving and opting to replay what you've done on Anna's stuff. This error has to be fixed. This must be fixed. This is a problem. It's like the quest vanishes, but it doesn't necessarily save them, but it triggers the reward. I'm gonna think about what to do on this, but this has been bugging the crap out of me. That's just like potentially game breaking. I mean, if they save themselves, you technically don't have to do it, and you get the rewards anyway. The only thing that sucks is for Snugglewolf because he not for Boozeberry, because he gives you the heal spell. So if you don't have that, that fight's so hard against Binky otherwise. Maybe I could do something like that. I was honestly just considering having an extra area you end up at. And that extra area just has, like, you know, concept stuff, like a bunch of paintings with concepts of what's going to be out. And that's not actually that hard to add, except for I'll have to have some kind of dialogue. And unlocking a whole area is a thing I can do. But there's not that many hours for it. Let me solve this problem. We'll see how much time left after I'll leave that towards the end. If I have enough time before I release it on Sunday, the second prototype, I will add it in. If not, it'll just get pushed to a later one. Very simple, really. We'll leave it open. So, actually, when are the quests rewarded? Let's see how this goes. So, almost certainly, knowing me, I streamlined all my quest NPCs, because I streamline everything I possibly can. If I can expand upon it easily later. There we go. So, upon winning, it triggers their... It runs that there. Where else does it even run that? Like, I think it runs it here, right? It sets it up. No, it doesn't run it there, does it? It runs it, it's running it when the level's set up. Here's an idea. Rather than just have the quest trigger immediately, what if I have the quest trigger when you get near them? Or even just talk to them like a normal quest person instead of just having it on there. I should just do that. I don't know what I'm thinking with this other thing. Like, and plus it puts it all next to each other. That's just so much better. Why am I trying to reinvent the wheel? The wheel's already round enough. The square one that I made is not going to work as well. Trust me. I tested it. It does not work as well. Well, you have to talk to them. It'll just give you an option to, you know, it'll appear on the list after you talk to them. That's what it'll do. I don't really think it's, you really don't want to stop the player in the action RPG, like in the middle of all these things, like, you know, and having a pop-up that they have to interact with kind of stops the action. So it's not usually what you want, but just having them talk, you know, being an option when you talk to them. I'm not going to have a yes or no because there's not enough quests for them to really want to refuse it. Later on, sure. Yeah, that'll get it in. But, yeah. Oh, and welcome back, by the way. Oof. Where did I assign these quests in the first place? That's the real question. The map selector does that, and then it goes to map load. Right here is where I did it. Okay. This cleans up the boss quest if you happen to go back in. This does number 1, sure. Number 1 is just the tarot quest. Okay. But where, oh where, did I do it for the other thing? Oh, quest NPC text. Did I get all tricky? I did. That's so weird. Why did I do it that way? That's so just dumb. Okay. So we're not doing that there. No. That's not the right dialogue for the quest being given. This is clearly the dialogue for saving them, that's true. Quest still active? Is this it? This has got to be the one. This is clearly quest given, like, looking at the dialogue there. Yeah, nothing else, it's never said anywhere else, so. There's an extra system for them to spawn in other stuff and do more things, but that's getting added in later as well. Like there's already a quest that spawns in a bunch of the tiger kitties. You know, the tiger kitties might get added in the next one because they're pretty ready to go. They're just not in yet because time. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. At the very bottom of this, we'll have an actual thing there. Let me double check how this is triggered here. What information am I looking for on this? The area, and then the quest number, and finish. So in this case here, I set the area to 234. And this will happen before the NPC thing, so that's not a problem. And then the other thing there, do I not need the last bit of information? Yeah, that also just dictates that the quest is finished and then removes the thing. And then the various questions, quests there, well, the information that needs to go in there. Later on, I'll probably have some cool thing that makes them like fade in or something like that and do like, a cool little effect. Actually, I could probably do that to start with because it's all part of, I believe HUDmaker's doing it. No, wait, HUDmaker can't be. Is HUDmaker doing it? It is, okay. Huh? I won't change that for now. I'm good. Let's make it work first before I get, all fancy. We're fancy. So I just need the question of this. It's just the area, so it just be 234. They're already dictated by the area, so it shouldn't even matter. Let's test that actually. I'm curious. And then that means I can go back into here and I just never do this part. All right. I turned a bunch of switches on. Yeah, maybe. Interesting. How many quality of life features added into this version? Skip the intro. Giant control thing on the first map so they can't possibly miss it. Improved control scheme. Showing why is this on? Showing which buttons for block and not block and ghost form. I mean, a lot of improvements. I probably should make a list of all the things I've actually added for this version so I can have a devlog. Where did I put all the switches for this? Are they like literally on the game start thingy? Because I want them disabled. Should have made notes of these things. I should never leave stuff just on. Every time I do that, well... Oh, it's on Tinka. She's got them. Has to be. Because, she might be on different maps, so I didn't know which map she'd be on. I think. Okay. Oh, never mind. This map 2. I confused map 1 and 2 again. Because originally originally was like story map start, and then story map 1 was actually number 2. There's no longer going to have a secret area dialogue. But I technically could keep the secret area dialogue, but
Hi.
it kind of duplicates a little weird, doesn't it?
Bye.
Well, it's just for the game dev options. I don't care if those are a little weird. After all, the player's not actually supposed to have access to those, so yeah.
Are you ready? I sense danger.
I might want to make Tinky not show up there because the guy reviewing it was all upset that she was showing up there, and he didn't figure out that she's on the map and that she's actually just always visible. You know where to go back to leave. So like when you get away from there, you can see she's still there. And that bugged him. I was like, okay. But same people have told me that, you know, they want these things to be visible on the map forever.
Cover. I need more energy.
So it's kind of, I can't win. This is really very simple. I just can't win. Wait, did I not save? Let me check something here. Oh, I see. Because 85 isn't going to change. Well, I could just hard code it in there. Or I can do the programmer method. Are we doing the programmer method? Oh, we might be doing the programmer method. Okay, fine. I've talked myself into the programmer method. Oh, wait a minute. That's going to be way more effort than I want. I was like, well, I could just make it equal to, like, the tarot length. But I have 4 different tarot variables, so... I could just do it this way. That's not. I don't think that's actually easier. I could just, you know, set each one of these to equal that. It might matter though. Oh, sorry, backwards. There's an upside to doing it this way, and that's if I change the amount of tarot cards available on each one, it'll automatically change that there. Speaking of which... Alright. Now I only have to change it in the other one. Oh. I'm a doofus. Because it's inside of a string literal, you have to put the little dollar sign and the braces around it, or it'll count as part of the string. All right. Now that should auto-update it every time to what I need. We'll test that. Little arm pop in there. It's probably this awkward pose of being constantly, you know, your arms just, you know, together over a keyboard and everything. Just elbows tucked in and everything. I mean, I've been standing the whole time because I have a standing desk, so it's not like I'm hunched over a desk or anything, which is just unhealthy and terrible. But definitely not moving around as much as I could be. It's probably not that healthy.
Bye. Hi.
There's so many jokes I put in for Tinka, and like they're almost irrelevant now because of the way I've restructured the game. Which is really obnoxious.
Bye. Hi.
It's interesting that the game dev options does the loop like that. I suppose I could fix it, but I don't care that much.
Are you ready?
I want a cool effect when a quest is applied. I have to make something.
I sense danger.
Did I not reset what 85 is? You're getting set somewhere else, aren't you, little buddy? Well, that's not going to work. All these bad ideas from the past are coming back to haunt me. Map Builder sets it. Don't set it anymore, Map Builder. You don't need to. It's fine. Yep. I'm sure I'll show you the one for puzzles later, but that's right. I have the whole puzzle mechanic in there too, where you get to reassemble paintings, and that's already like a minigame that basically works. Everything's already kind of set up. It's just I don't have a purpose for it. At some point, I'll come up with one, probably, maybe. Wouldn't be the first worthless mechanic I made, or will be the last either. I think it could be fun. I mean, it's kind of fun dragging the pieces around. I might even make a way to rotate them too, potentially.
Bye.
We'll see.
Hi.
I should do this in the other order so it doesn't cause this weird glitch.
Bye.
Click the wrong one.
Hi.
I wanted to unlock the other areas. I should have actually just defaulted them all being unlocked.
Bye. Hi.
Oh, the glitch is when you do 5. Got it.
Bye. Are you ready? I sense danger.
I actually have to minus it by 2. But, that being said, it's still not doing these. I'm just going to check Binky's area from now on to see why it's not doing that. And actually, there could be an order issue here. There probably is. Because map builder is applying the quest, right? Area setup is there. When's the quest applied? Where is it doing it? Map builder technically happens beforehand. But could also just apply this inside of there, right? When the area is set up, because map builder happens right there. There's no reason to do it any other way. So, But I also want to see what's going on here, why this is 0. So just in case this is also a problem. Oh. Never mind. I know what's going on here. I'm stupid. This is a function. I'm going to go through and clean up all this code at some point. I'm also going to put this in the exact same location all there is just because it'll bug me otherwise. Oh, here's the reason why I need the number 2. Or the -2. So I have these set to the array.length. Now, there are 10 events in the array, sure, starting at 219 all the way up to this. But there's 2 other bits of information in the array, and these are for my my world builder. First denotes that it is important. Anything that's dubbed important must be spawned. It can't just go, well, I can't fit it, I'll leave it off like it would normally do. It has to spawn it. The other is how much space it takes up. And this is so things don't spawn on top of each other. It only kind of works, doesn't work as well as I want it to. But those aren't tarot cards that are being spawned. And then every number after that is just considered an event. So by subtracting 2 from that, I'm basically just removing those. Otherwise, the first one would be 12, then 16, then 20, then 24. I'm just going to test by going to Binkies. I'm tired of opening all those options when I don't really even get to test it. Missing tarot card, 0 of 10. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now let's go find Teddy here. Oh, wait, I'll go over it. It's not as hard as you might think. So, when you said something, I'm doing the thing here, dot length. When all these arrays, an array is denoted by being inside of brackets like this, they have a length, and the length is the number of spaces in it that you put a value. So in this case, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. These last 10 numbers are the events, the tarot card events. But these first two are not. So what I'm really doing by minusing it by 2 is, there are 12 things in here. I'm just saying, okay, well, there's only 10 tarot cards in here. So how about we just make it, the length of this, and then subtract 2 to remove the 1 and the I and the 1. If that makes any better sense. And I can do this because I know that every one of these is going to have these extra 2 numbers in that shouldn't, or these 2 values that shouldn't be there when dealing with the number of tarot cards. Oh, good. Always glad to help. Like, if you have any questions about any weird things I'm doing, I will be happy to answer them. Not always so much on the forums or on the Discord, but if I happen to be streaming it and I have it right in front of me, it's so easy to just answer people's questions. Providing I have an answer, of course. The only plugin for the mouse support I've found is a bit outdated and $5. Hard way to, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. To solve a mouse problem, if I knew it worked, I would pay someone $5. Because I know it's going to take hours of my time to probably figure out exactly how to make it work. So if someone's already done it, okay. I'm down. I'm down to clown. I'm down to clown head. Ooh.
Take cover. Take cover.
Once again, I'm just not used to this. Which button is which? Alright, Boozberry, where are you?
Don't even try.
I want to find one with a heal spell because then I would actually have less problems trying to locate the NPC.
Don't even try.
Maybe I'll do that anyway. I didn't want to test these out here anyway, so we know 2 of 10 works. I need to test the other areas anyway, so let's do that. Oh, there he is. Never mind, Boozberry. I'll just... He's going to be here. I'll rescue him now. Fine. Also going to grab hearts.
Don't even try.
I look at this thing all the time. This mini-map is so accurate.
Take cover. I wonder where I can find that. Take cover.
There he is. Quite the bender.
Take cover.
I try to make humorous quest names.
Take cover.
Oh yeah, I'm using the crappy version of Mimosa Mouse Cursor. The free one. It's okay. Like I say, if I knew if it worked, I would just pay him $5 because I don't care about $5 particularly. I treat this as a hobby anyway, so as long as I'm...
Cover.
I mean, I would spend $5 on my hobby any day of the week. I do spend $5 on my hobby basically any day of the week.
Take cover.
Come on, do you get the thing? More importantly, do you move the quest?
You're welcome.
Nice. And he gives it to me. Perfect, perfect.
Don't even try.
Everything working as intended. Excellent. Oh, you have one? Oh my gosh, you should link it to me. I will use your mouse plugin. Well, thanks. Really, the big problem I have right now with the mouse issue is Q movement. Because it has to, in order to use Q movement and actually move around with the mouse, you have to use Q Pathfind. Okay, well, I mean, I'm always willing to test things out. I need to go through Q Pathfind and do some things. There's a crappy mouse plugin for assigning common events in this game. Like there's plugins that you can just use for free in this game. Like I have like 5 or 6 plugins that are just available for public use in this game if you download it. There's an old one I made, but all it does is just assign common events to the mouse. That's all. Let's just swap them out. And I did some editing to Pathfind and how it handles stuff for the mouse, but it didn't work right. There's so much going on with that plugin. I'm gonna have to really think about it. Currently I have it so that my plugin, you know, records the click coordinates on the screen too. Like it does canvas to map for the X and Y and then puts them as two variables, and then I can make use of those in order to get a proximity to the targets. So using that, I could use my find code in order to find a nearby event, and if it's within range of that event, then I can trigger like messages and stuff, which is actually a later plan. Oh. Yeah, that probably won't work too much. I don't actually make use of the menu at all. I mean, my life might have been easier, but the menu is so destructive in RM that I don't like it. It can have some issues with particles if you have too many particles and you keep opening the menu and closing it. Actually, you can lag out RM by simply opening the menu and closing it over and over and over and over fast enough. You can get to like, you'll get the 30 FPS speed cap. Because it's just programmed so badly. Because it removes every single thing instead of just, you know, adding the menu on top and removing the menu. So then when it goes back to the map, it has to reload everything. And it does that every time you enter the menu and close it. Every time. It's so stupid. It's the most wasteful thing I think I've ever seen in my life. Is there a way to just turn off autosave? I think there is. I've never looked into it. Enable autosave. Yes, go away autosave. You suck. Autosave is not meant to be in this game. No. Oh yeah, the autosave when it enters and exits the menu. What a stupid system. Who does that? So many design decisions that are just weird in RM. I don't get them. I've been fighting with them for a while though. I don't need this anymore, right? Okay. Oh yeah, I had to try to trigger this bug. Yeah, it's a thing. It's definitely a thing, Blended Journeyman. It is. But here's the thing. It's even programmed worse than you think. Because when you transfer maps, and it does the full clear, it removes everything and gives you a clean slate. When it goes into the menu, it does not do that. It actually clears away all the crap on the map, but it has a whole bunch of arrays that are supposed to keep track of things that it doesn't clean. Which is why the lag problem actually really happens, because it continuously reloads like events and things like that and continuously adds to this list. And these arrays get longer and longer and longer and longer, and every time it has to search for anything, it just gets that much harder on it. So every time you use the menu, it's like a ticking time bomb. It's so dumb. And this is an MZ too. Like MV does it also. Like they didn't change it at all. And I'm just like, what in the world? What a stupid plan. So MZ can handle it a lot better because MZ is much more efficient. I know I just made fun of it, but it is more efficient than MV by a lot. So you can get away with a lot more, and it will eventually clean some things, question mark? It doesn't really clean them. JavaScript will clean something if there's no longer a reference to it, but because it's keeping these values in the array, there is a perpetual reference. So it doesn't even clean things correctly. It's really weird. That's why you don't see me using a lot of their systems because of that. They also don't do modular programming. That's another thing. Like you'll see me do very modular types of things. Because as I was saying, when JavaScript no longer has any references to code, it will flush it out of the system at the next time that it does that, which is basically every frame. Really fast. Or maybe every other frame sometimes, but it's quick. But RM doesn't do that. It doesn't do these little modular bits of code. It just adds it to this giant behemoth of code. So it's like a Jenga tower. It just keeps adding to the top and top. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's eventually reaches the point where it throttles the JavaScript because browsers are rigged to throttle JavaScript if it uses too many resources. So most of the the other engines will just use like a modular code. Like it'll spawn in like there's this object here, and this object has these things attached to it, and when we don't need that anymore, it just gets rid of it entirely. I'm just like, well, add it to the array, it'll be fine. Just keep adding more. Because ARM's not actually designed to spawn in things and remove them. Like the whole event spawner concept is not something that was ever built into this engine. It should be. It's like the most basic things that all engines do, but ARM does not have it. And a lot of the event spawners, including the Vishu Stella one, every time you spawn an event, it adds to the event array again. But it never removes it, even when you destroy that event. It's still got a reference in there. That's actually why I had to make my own event spawner, because I'm spawning events so fast and removing them so fast, it will lag out all of them. Fun things. It took me a while to figure that out, and I was like, oh my gosh, like why does this lag out after so much time? That's why. And now you know the secret is out. They're never gonna fix it, or at least they haven't so far. They'd have to restructure how they did their whole game. I mean, their whole engine. I wish they would. It'd make it a good engine. This does not seem to be a problem anymore, because of how I've restructured it. Oh yeah, I was gonna try this blue sun graphic. I want to see how that looks. Let's play with a particle. Yay. Yeah, 1 second. I will drag it up on the screen. Alright, so this image might be too small. Oh yeah, it's not VS's fault. And to be honest, there's a reason why they did it as they did it. And part of the reason is, if you were to reference the event directly, say like, okay, well, if event 25 is on the map, do this. Maybe an event that looks at event 25. But then say you despawn an event and then the next one gets spawned and it is now on the 25th slot in the array, it would now be event 25 and would react weirdly. Now a normal person, like a good programmer, go, okay, well, I'm not going to program it around that. I'm going to check for a specific thing there. Or when this event spawned in, I usually add their event ID to an array. And then I check that array to see if, the things are present. And that's how I react things to stuff. So there's a reason they did it. It's like a lot of Vishucella's design decisions are designed so that the average, like, lower skill user, I'll see you to get back to Shadow Dragon. The average lower skill user will understand it and be able to use it, and they try to account for a lot of errors that they might have, which makes sense because they're trying to really appeal to what amounts to the lowest common denominator of RM users, and that gives them the most customers. It makes sense. However, for us power users, like, it's terrible for the power users. Like, it's not good at all. But as a power user, you're going to make your own stuff anyway, probably, because that's what a power user does. So, I mean, I don't fault them for their decisions at all. Like, it makes complete sense to me. I think it's just called Invincible, right? That actually looks better, I think, than the other one did. Yeah, let's see that. Actually, I can use one of the red ones. Maybe the red one will look better. They're more angry. I don't need this. I need this. I should probably just call Brett's annoying me. Yep. Does it look better that way? It looks better if I do add it back, doesn't it? How big was the other one in comparison? Let me add the other graphic and get an idea here. That was the original graphic. They're about the same size. That's fine. I believe I called it Invincible, right? Let's see. Particles. Yep. Make sure I have the exact right name. Improved Invincible Particle. And then, where did I reference that thing? I think both Binky and Chuckles both have it. It's one of their attack subsets, so... I'm slowly renaming them all. I'm not going to rename all the files and everything, but... whatever. Working on it. We'll get there eventually. Alright, so... I really need to go through and just... yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I prefer the red and everything. It's just... I really want red to represent danger. And blue to not represent danger. Seems like the wrong color. This is him trying to jump on the player, but it should be at the dash, so... Or maybe Chuckles doesn't do it anymore. I don't think he does have a charge anymore. He just tries to jump on the player. Let's spawn 271. What is 271? Oh, his collider? Okay. I guess it's just, I'm gonna put their names in. Snuggle Waffle. Because getting beat up by Snuggle Waffle is as demeaning as it comes. Anna. Anna might sound like a really boring name, but she's the leader of the Bells, so she's Annabelle. Womp womp. I put as many Annabelle jokes in as possible amongst the Annies. Because they're all Annie Bells. I like to put a lot of cursed dolls in there as much as I can, like any references to real life cursed dolls. Yeah. Yeah. It's very important. And if you don't know the story of the Annabelle doll is a Raggedy Ann doll. It looks like a boring Raggedy Ann doll. It's not like the one in the movies. It's the most boring looking thing that they keep behind glass and say don't touch it without, you know, gloves, and only take it out if other people are present. And yeah, dolls are great. And you know my favorite thing about dolls, it's the best thing about it, is everyone thinks they're creepy, they're spooky. And what do? We hand them all to little girls to play with. That'll work out. Here, play with these creepy dolls. Be alone with them all day. You'll be fine. And then a lot of them turn out really creepy and weird. I have no idea why. They might be messed up in the head doing that. Gosh, we have a doll room here because my friend, he owns this place, and he inherited the place from his grandmother, and she had a doll collection. And there's a bunch of dolls hanging in the glass, and there's some ones that are just super creepy looking. They're awesome. It's like one of my favorite, it's probably my favorite room in the house. One of the ones all creepily looking, the ones looks all angry and everything. It's like a cursed doll. It's awesome. What was I doing? I don't remember. I'm gonna delete that, so I don't need this anymore. Oh, that's right. I was trying to change the invincible thingy for good old Binky. It's just right here. Oh, it also reminds me, there's a fix I need to add to this list. When fighting Snuggle Waffle, is immune to frozen? Immune to freezing? That's not good. I mean, don't get me wrong. Good luck hitting Snuggle Waffle with that crap, but he's so aggressive and leaves so much crap on the ground, it's pretty hard to actually stand still long enough to really get a good shot on him. Oh yeah. There's an error that's really obnoxious, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do about it. I don't know if you've encountered this on Blinding Journeyman, but when you try to buy the upgrades, and you go down the list and try to get them, it's supposed to remove them from the list, right? And it doesn't. Always. Like, it'll remove them sometimes, but then you'll check the list again, and they're back. Now, there's a backup dialogue, so if they are there, then it just goes, okay, well, it's fine, it works, all good. It just plays that, but yeah. Eli's Choice Manager, like I've already pointed out some bugs to him, and it's definitely the free version has a lot of problems. I haven't tried his paid version, but I was telling him, it's like, well, why would anyone get your paid version if your free version's broken? Like, I don't understand. I could be fighting with something else, I guess. But what? Maybe message styles can fight with it? Message styles just changes how the text box are. They don't change the Oh, well, I just wanted it after you've picked it up to not offer the reward anymore. Was my goal. Like once you can afford it, you only can buy it once. And then yeah, that's how all the upgrades right now. The upgrades are all fixed upgrades that you get by either accomplishing a quest, buying them, or doing some kind of mini game. I don't really have a solution to that at the moment. I can't use the Vicious Stella one because it had a problem with Gal's message. And the Vicious Stella message boxes don't look as good at all. Not at all. Am I going to have to write my own one? I don't think I want to write my own one right now. That might be a bug that gets fixed in a later one. It doesn't stop you from playing. It's not like a game-breaking bug. It's just weird. I could remove it entirely. I could send it to Eli to look at it, but the problem is if I don't have a way for him to duplicate the error, it's pretty hard to fix. As someone who fixes a lot of bugs, I mean, yeah, like, I guess they're not in increments of 5, are they like her? So yeah, I know whenever I'm going to bring a bug to the people, I always make certain I can literally produce it in an empty project so they can see how to do it, and then there's no excuse. It's their plugin. It's at fault. Yeah, Mimosa mouse cursor right there. This one, I like the Mimosa mouse cursor. I might pay him money if his other one's good. I don't know what else this one does though. And would it even work with Q movement? Probably not. I'm gonna have to make my own ghetto Q movement thing to test if it's nearby, like I was explaining earlier on how I was gonna do it. By just simply getting the canvas to map things there, and then doing a distance command to see if it's the space they clicked at is nearby at whichever event. Oof. I use the red sun, but it's fine. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna fix this particular error on this particular thing. These two errors are not important errors. This is just a slight visual bug that annoys me as an artist. You'll find art things bug me a lot more than think they probably should because of that. Not other people's art things, my art things. I will happily go, wow, that's a cool looking piece of art, and move right on. Like, so it's hilarious. Even though I am an artist, I'm happy to completely ignore things and just move right on. Yeah, those will go over there. I don't think I'm going to fix them in this. This is just going to take too long. This is going to require an entire system, a rework of how I do the paintings for a minor bug fix. I actually did a slight work on that. It was just, no. That's part of the same error. This is also part of this is a double overlay problem. Again, that error is going to require, it's the same rework as the other error. It's all part of the same system as this one. Painting errors. So if I fix one, I'm fixing the other. Why are you immune to freezing, Snuggle Waffle? I assume it's just because I don't have it ordered correctly here. Well, it's so much easier to make your own plugin than you think. It really is. I actually had made a plugin for someone where it was just a generic placeholder one. But here's the thing. Do I have the most basic versions of them available? Overwrites is pretty basic. So basically, the things you're going to really want is you're going to want like an @ title. And you put this in the comments up there. You can ignore the rest of this. Like plugin description just literally puts the description there like that, whatever you want. And then you want to define yourself, a variable thing. Actually, I'm going to use a different one here. Because that one doesn't have the definition because it doesn't need to. These are just pure overwrites. This is the most destructive plugin I have for a reason. We'll use this as an example. Visual's a good one there. Yeah, so you just need a title, whatever you want. The rest of this is irrelevant. Like they do things, but we don't got to worry about that. I usually define myself, a thing, just an overall variable. This is so I don't have to overwrite things. And usually just set it equal to itself, or in this case, braces. It's an object. And because I have multiple plugins, like you don't got to do this if you have multiple plugins, I make another, I take this here and give it a property and make the property equal to itself or a brace. From that point on, when you've put these three things into a plugin, all you need to do to make yourself a function that you can do in a plugin is to simply put whatever name variable you have, and then a dot, and then the name of the function, like I've done here. Equals, and then function, and then in here is just the information you want to give it. And then inside here, you just get to put whatever JavaScript you want. Then to call it, you simply type in the name of what this is. This function here would be called by, you know, typing in. And then whatever variables I want for these. And by doing that, it then runs this code. That's it. You just put that script command there. So those few things there are all it takes to make one. Or if for some reason you don't want to make your own thing like that and you just want to overwrite something, you can just copy the thing straight out of like RM and then just drop it in where you want. And then just change it. And then RM will run this one over the other one. That's it. That's all. What you choose to do with those is a different story entirely, but I'll make a generic one that everyone can use so you can just build your own. In fact, do I have that somewhere? I might still. Let me check. It's possible I saved it for people. I posted it on one of the Discords. I don't remember which one, though. Nope. I don't think I kept it. Unfortunate. I'll make a new one. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see it. That's weird. I usually keep everything for the most part. Maybe it's in here. No, I didn't keep it. Oh well. I'll just make it right now. It's just add help. Info you put here will end up in the help section of the plugin. This is where your plugin description goes. This is unnecessary, as is this. Your name here. Title of the plugin. We'll give people the we'll say good practices here, or at least good for RM. So whatever works there. My object name. Sure. You can change my object name to your own personal name. Plugin name. Woohoo! Just in case you want to make more than one plugin. You can change plugin name to. And then just so I don't forget things here. What's the thing here? Save as my first plugin. Yay! Soon people will learn. I'll learn them good. My function name. Equal to function. And then I guess I'll put a thing in that says my info. There you go. Typing I guess I can leave that out for now. We'll make it simple on people. We'll execute into a script command. We'll execute this code. Oh, I'm going to put this available. I'm going to link this in the chat. So you'll just have this. And then you can just change things. And anyone else can too. There's no reason not to. Yeah. And now by simply doing this, you would get that. And you can change this. But if you change like my object name, change it in all of them. If you change plugin name, change it on all of the ones. And if you change my function name, well, you only have to change that in one spot. And then we'll make another one here. My function name too. My info. My info is a parameter that you enter when typing that sends that info to this function, allowing you to use it in the code. Nice. There you go. Let me go ahead and just add that to some place people can download it from, and boom. Have a useful little thing to, you know, just mess with. Yeah. Also, I'll double check and make certain it does in fact not break the game, just because I might forget something and I don't want to be that guy. Don't believe I needed anything else though. But I typed in a bunch of things and I do forget sometimes. My first plugin, yay! Boom shakalaka, perfect. Alright. Let's see. File upload service. Free file upload service. Oh, ufile.io I think worked pretty well. It's just a tiny thing here. 1 second and I will put the link in there and then people will have access to this fine piece of coding genius. Yeah, it's really not that great. Copy file URL. There you go. Now anybody who would like to have an easy template to make a plugin, there you go. Interesting. Did I leave something out for plugin description? Might have. Yeah, whatever. I didn't save it, so that's probably what the problem is. Whatever. Oh, nice. Well, that's good. This is more Blinded Journeyman was talking about how he, didn't like, was kind of reticent to make a plugin. I was like, here you go. Here is a thing. And anybody else who happens to check the chat, you know? Obviously, if you've made plugins, it's not that handy. There really is this belief that the plugins are super hard to make. They're not. He's immune to freezing. That was the problem I was looking at before I went off on a tangent. All right. Oh, glad to hear it. I enjoy teaching people things. It's just something fun to do, man. Yeah, I love chatting with people, so I'm very chatty. I can't stand making YouTube videos, which is why I'm like, oh, I'll make a tutorial. I'm like, I don't want to make a tutorial. Oh my god. But if I'm already streaming, I like streaming. I'll just chat all day. It's already right in front of me. I'm already working on things, so. Why is Snuggle Waffle not getting hit by this? This code looks standardized. NPC 2 is outside of there, because that's what dictates if they, it counts down for how long they're frozen. And NPC 2 is a fine piece of programming goodness. You can't get the parameter work? So you're talking about plugin parameters? So the way you do a plugin parameter is you do @param, like that, and then the name of it, and the description's right here, and then whatever default value you want if you want it to do that. And then I usually take the plugin manager parameters and equal to my own parameters thing like this. Let's see, where have I used this code for? I have it somewhere. I almost never use parameters, but they do get used sometimes. Let me check. I think I set it up and never bothered to use it for that one. Let me double check. I have it on one of these ones here. I'll show you the actual code to use it. That's kind of weird code here. Do 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 do. So anyway, in order to reference a plugin manager parameters, there's two ways you can go about it. You can just do the simple plugin manager.parameters and then in parentheses there, the name of your plugin. And then afterwards, it's an array of all the different parameters. They're just in order. So you just tell it which position in the array, and there you go. It will do those. And what that does is it just gives you that, and it gives you the name of it or whatever you want to equal it to, and that, or the information right there. And that's it. That's all. Nothing special at all. Maybe a place where I actually use it. I almost don't use plugin parameters very often because they're grossly inefficient. Because the plugin parameters are not with your plugin. They are actually a separate file that's keeping track of all that. So you're having to call upon this extra file, and if you do it over and over and over, it's very, very rough on the resources. Or in this case here, let's see, I set this equal to that, so this way all those are there. Actually, you know what? I'll just show you what this spits out. Because that's the best way to do it. If you just sit there and, you know, log that information and then open up the console, it'll show you the object of what it is, right? This is the parameters object. So then, like any object, if you want to reference something, you just simply call what it is, right? Then one parameter, and then it can read nested parameters like structs fairly. Yeah, there you go. I had one version of oh, there's my original message plugin sat there and had all the options for Pixie's message things inside of it, the plugin. Oh my gosh, it was so many layers of why did you do this? It was terrible. It was just the worst thing I'd ever done in my life. I think it took like 2 days of typing to cover all of them. It's dumb. I don't do that anymore. Now I use files. Oh, hey, Fearless. Welcome back. It's for you, Blinded Journeyman. You need a way to track the mouse and things like that. Well, let's see. So when I redid that one plugin, Yeah, you can't put equations inside of a function like that, inside of the parameters of a function. Um, but you can just set the actual thing outside of it, outside of the function, and then just call the actual thing there. But parameters don't tend to, don't really accept any kind of equations. So yeah. Anyway, as for your the information you want, blind agreement, what you're looking for would be like graphics page to canvas X, graphics page to canvas Y. And this is what the I had that mouse plugin I put in like that, and what it's doing like that is it's just sitting there and constantly logging what these are doing. These are on like, touch input, left mouse button down, would then check this information, and then it sets the X and Y. So the information you want is just these. So as long as you have any kind of function just constantly checking these and setting the variable, like if you just did this, like say you had a plugin and it just ran these, and you made these like say game variables dot value 1. Sorry, game variables. I don't need to let there. My bad. Dot set value 1. And then this. And you did this too, and you make this. Does that work? Let me double check. That might not work exactly. No. No, there's more to it than that. I want to say it's just this. No, there's more to it. Ignore what I'm saying there. There's more to it than that. I need to look that one up. Oh, a long time ago, I made this terrible plugin, right? And its sole purpose was so that I could change the common events between the various three things. And I didn't alias it because at the time I didn't know. This was made years ago. But it got the job done. So I didn't bother to worry about it. I know it's not what's messing with the Q plugins either, because I tested that. Would I alias it now? Yeah, sure, but I haven't really bothered to fix it because I didn't care. But it's technically available and just part of the. And whenever you download Poppet Quest, like the visual plugins available, tools plugins are available, and these are ones like the visual plugin, the message plugin, the creator plugin. Those are all public use. You just use them. And let's see. I'm glad your other thing works with the param names. Nice, nice. What was I testing here? I don't remember. I'm very easy to get to go off on a tangent. Yes. Yeah, I was trying to figure out why Snugglewaffle is immune to freezing. He shouldn't be. He has the same code as everybody else. We just saw that, well, I know for a fact Chuckles McFunny is not immune to being frozen. Yeah, if this script frozen graphics equal false. Let's see here. NBC. Been a while since I opened you. Page 2 covers this complete line of BS that happens here to cover. Okay, this thing covers a lot. Like, this is definitely the worst page of the lot by a huge margin. Am I 100% certain he's immune to frozen? Didn't seem to work that one time. I'm gonna test that. But before I test it, console.log frozen this event ID. I usually put this at, oh, why did I click no? That doesn't even matter. You can't put this event ID because it's in a plugin. That's a derp moment. Obviously I can't, but usually I use event obj. I just send the event to there and it works good. Yeah, this was something that it never occurred to me, but when I figured it out, it was like a game changer. When you do a parameter like that, you could just have the event, that calls a parameter, just this. You just type in this. And what that does is send the entire event object to whatever function so you can work with the whole event. So it's very handy. So I use event obj as my generic, event object in all of my coding. So it's really easy to figure out that that's what I'm talking about. I really want to fix these mouse problems. Not with my current plugin, but just I need to have the proximity click test, and I need to have the movement bug fixed. All right, let's unlock all these things here.
Bye. Hi. Bye.
Oh. Wait a minute. Wait. No. I'm not going to hunt down every one of those tarot cards this time around. No. Plus 20. I'll find 2 tarot cards. I'm sure I'm going to have to test it a few times. I'm going to want to make certain that I don't have to continuously collect 22 tarot cards just to bring them out to make the test. Make your stuff so you can easily, get to each location and test things. It's so much better if you do that. Like, sure, it might take a little extra coding, but when you go to test, it'll save a fortune in time. I should have put myself on the correct map. In the future, I'm going to put myself on the other map and not this map.
You ready?
I had to change these pictures too. Change story time pictures to that's the correct images. I don't know what the correct images yet are, but I'll think of something.
You ready?
I do need to get rid of their plastic swords and give them a different weapon, by the way, because technically plastic wasn't really used in the current time period I'm using. Like, it just wasn't. I looked it up in history. They're looking like like the 50s or so when plastic became widely used in things. So a plastic sword wouldn't have existed. It's funny though. I like it. But I am trying to be lore, specific. He's so hard to hit with this attack. Get out in the open so I can hit you with it. Come on. Oh, wrong button. Oh. He does so much damage. Oh shit. Oh, ow, ow. Ow. I had the buttons in the wrong thing, so I keep clicking the wrong one and I take a bunch of damage instead. Need more mana. Ow. Wrecked. Get more mana, quick. It hurts so good. Come on. Yay. You gotta really save your ghost form against this guy, because he does so much damage. Hey, buddy.
Stop.
He got stopped. Perfect. No problem. Oh, I thought he couldn't be stopped. Oh yeah, there have been a couple times, like, like the earlier tests, like it was like middle of the, like super early in the morning. I'm just all tired, and I just don't get out of the way of Snugwolf's little sword thingy, and it just kills you. It does so much damage, it just kills you. He was supposed to be a secret, unbalanced boss. He was unfinished. That's the whole point. So I wasn't worried about him being super. I mean, I did go back and balance him a lot. He used to be ridiculous, and now he's just annoying. He's not super ridiculous, but he's annoying. Let's remove the extra console log thingy. I don't need that. I don't need this anymore. It works. This I haven't managed to fix yet. Don't need that. It's not even the right plugin that I want to move that from, but whatever. I don't need this frozen anymore. I'm always testing a lot of things. This particular plugin has gotten so stupid. Easily the most, well, it's the second most ridiculous plugin I have, but I think it's the longest plugin, over 2,000 lines to just handle the NPCs. And whenever page 2 is involved. Because, well, one, the console things, everyone you run, it continuously requires more and more resources, right? So, you can cause additional lag problems with your game because you're running all these console things, and I don't want that. A lot of times I might forget, they're there, and I don't want that. But a lot of times they're not pertinent. Like, if I have a bunch of console logs like that, and then the ones that I do want are now buried behind all those, and I got to figure out where they're at. So usually I just get rid of the ones I don't need. Certain ones I keep in because they're really specific situations, and the reason they're there is because those situations come up so infrequently, so I'm trying to catch that error. So I leave them there just going, okay, well, when this error finally does occur, I'll have the information I need. But those ones trigger so infrequently that I don't worry about it. Other ones, like, at the start of the animation thingy, will trigger so often that, I don't want that. Like, that can cause legitimate lag problems. Also often comment them out if I think I'm going to use it again later. It just depends on what I'm working on specifically, but a lot of the times that's pretty much why it works, why I remove them. Especially the ones that are in RM, like, because RM doesn't even list where they're at, it can be hard to find them again later. So the ones in plugins are easy to find. It just tells you. Okay, so Snuggie works fine. I haven't even tried to trigger this bug. I need to do that. They do need rewards. It's honestly just going to be a lot of writing, and I need to. These need to have like I need to flip their switches at the right time too. But the bosses are already rigged to do the correct thing. So what's really going to have to happen is during the story things is when I need to rig each one to trigger. I think a lot of these could just be, well, do I trigger them immediately or do I wait? I probably wait. We'll We'll see if I get to writing all these or not. That might be it may or may not happen tonight. Usually the longer the night goes, the more the worse I get at writing. The more scatterbrained I get. What images do I want to use for story time? That's a good question. Let me bring up my story time document. That is not my story time document. And I've clearly saved this, right? So that's still there? Yeah. Oh, well. Again, thanks for swinging back by, Shadow Dragon, and, you know, I'll be here tomorrow night if you, get bored. Hopefully the next version will, work for you. Oh, before you go, which OS are you using? Because we were wondering that. Like, are you using Windows 10? Or are you using, like, Windows 11? Are you using Mac? Like, 'cause that may be why the problem's occurring, so just to rule that out. Unless you've already ordered off. These are questions that I need to remember. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of the features and just put gameplay videos, but you can't put those directly on itch. You have to put them on YouTube. So maybe I'll make them as shorts, and then people can watch the shorts. Yeah, that might be a way to get a bunch of views. I'll get to that 10 million soon, no problem. I'm not get to 10 million. So I don't need this. But what I do need is my scenes I need here. Alright. So for the first one, he's talking about the curse. And the dolls mean not that lucid. Do I make a special one for this? I think I just have her be lifeless during the day. I think that's actually the most relevant to that conversation. I'm not sure if I'm going to put a bunch of different pictures in. I don't think it's necessary. Like later on, sure, but again, we were just trying to kick this out the door in, you know, basically 2 more days of working on it. I will change that, and then I think I'm going to take a quick bio break after that. It has been 4 hours and 41 minutes of me drinking way too much tea during this, and mistakes were made. But first I will change this. The story time one? Yeah. Thankfully it's really easy to change the pictures. I don't want Poppet reaching for the stars because that's if she's crazy, I wouldn't want to represent her window at any point because it might encourage her to go back to her window, right? You know, if I was Tinka, I would not want to do that. I definitely plan to improve the writing as time goes by, but I keep expanding upon the lore and adding new sections, so I put placeholder writing thinking I don't get the job done, and then restructure the entire game and that writing becomes irrelevant. So some of the earliest, you know, stories I would write would be so much more in-depth and better, and then I'd end up throwing them out. I've gotten to the point where I'm like, I'll just write something quick. And then for... Actually, I'm going to take a quick bio break. The tea is winning this fight. I'll be back in like a minute or something like that. It won't even be that long. Onward to glory, or whatever game dev passes for. So I was trying to pick a picture for the second one of these. And this gets left out. I don't even have that in there. I think I just left a bunch of stuff there in case I add it later. I think that's probably the point where I'd have them start talking about the first victim. Start really telling them about her. It makes sense. Maybe one day I can have my very own MatPat videos about the order of people they died in this and everything, you know? Piece together exactly when things happen. That'd be sweet. Find the image in here. Where are you? There we go. Good old first year self. Boom. I can almost give her a different background too. I might do that later. Let's make a note. The best thing about having characters like that is because she was there first, that doesn't mean anybody knows her name or anything about her, really, or how she got there or anything of the sort. No one says she's talkative or anything like that. Matinka's been there a while, so she's seen a lot of the toys come and go. So she's got a better idea of what's going on than Poppet, because, well, she's a ghost in a painting and not a toy, so not affected by the curse in the same way. But half the fun is leaving a mystery. You know, if you tell everyone all the details, that takes all the fun out of it. And that's probably the biggest mistake I made in the first version. The intro was I put way too many details that just don't need to be there. Yeah, I have the right pictures there, so I can remove that from the list of things that need to get done. Oh yeah, bindable keys. One day I'll figure out a thing for that. Weirdest criticism. Your RPG macro game doesn't have bindable keys. You do any of them? I don't think I've ever seen one. That's what it was. I guess I can try to trigger this bug you were talking about. That's an idea. I really think that this bug with the things triggering at the same time is a byproduct of Eli's common events thingy. I might have to suggest the same fix in his thing that I use in mine. Let's give myself a bunch of abilities so I don't keel over dead trying to test this. Doesn't matter where I test it, but...
Are you ready?
If I can trigger this error. Maybe I'll fix Eli's plugin for him.
I sense danger. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
Mouse takes precedence, so
Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
I think I inadvertently fixed the bug, honestly.
Take cover.
Because I put in a thing that prevented the mouse from constantly, like when you click the mouse button, it sits there and clears the common events.
Take cover.
Now, it didn't used to, so you used to be able to spam it, but now you can't.
Take cover.
Now it'll only do it, one time for each time you clicked. And if you click something else, it'll swap. And if you use the keyboard to do the other one there, it will favor the keyboard because the keyboard, I'm sorry, it'll favor the mouse because the mouse clears the common events. So I guess I inadvertently fixed this problem because I'm just alternating them. Or just hitting at the same time as much fast as possible.
Take cover. Take cover.
And if you do the mouse and the both mouse buttons at the same time,
Take cover. Take cover.
it doesn't lock it either. So I think that I actually inadvertently fixed the problem by fixing a different problem. We'll have to see. Maybe. I cannot get that to trigger, and I'm just spamming the two buttons. And like I say, the keyboard gets overruled. What if we do like Q and 1?
Take cover.
Okay, that can cause a problem. That's Eli's common event though in action. That's how you trigger the error. It's Eli's thingy. Alright, so now that I've managed to trigger the error, there's no additional information for me to work with. That's unfortunate. So spamming 1 and that. There's on click. Oh, here's something that might interest you. If you get HUD Maker Ultra, there's on click things so you can make each graphic clickable to do stuff, by the way. So I think I want to turn these off, right? Do I have them all on? I might think I'm going to actually remove the on click, ironically enough. Let's get rid of on click for this here. Yeah, I have HUD Maker Pro Edition. It's even better, but it's like 40 bucks for the plugin though, so you don't really want to buy it necessarily unless you really want it. But the free one does almost everything this one does. Well, it does a lot of things this one does. I mean, the big difference is you can have multiple HUDs, so this way you can just, for each individual page, you could actually have, for your point-click game, you could literally just run your whole game inside of this. And just spawn in all the graphics with all the cool stuff and everything. I might make a whole game just using this just to show it off. Because it's so good. Yeah, so let's remove that click thing there. I don't know if it's part of the problem. Let me read this common event here for Eli's thingy. It's at the bottom. It just runs 95. 1 second. Huh. Maybe it's an interaction that between those, because none of the others have that.
Are you ready? I sense danger.
Now one still does it, but it breaks. Do they all do that? Is it breakable in any way, shape, or form? Nope. Okay. Let me see if I can cause the error the other way too. Common event spells happens. That is 92, right? I didn't do anything weird? Okay. When you switch to firewall, it doesn't immediately do it, right? How did I code this? Let's see. All these are coded the same with just a slight change to the numbers, because that's how we do it here. Except for 8 is never finished. I was originally going to have 8 abilities, now I currently only have 7 because I haven't programmed an 8th ability. Well, 8 spaces for abilities. I think I'm actually going to go to 6 and do the very Diablo 3 setup. But that's when I'm going to allow you to actually swap out the abilities, and I haven't done that yet. The player doesn't lock down, but you're able to enter it in advance. Doesn't need more mana if it fails. That's fine. Oh, here we go. If you want the code for how to get the current mouse location at all times, there you go. 2 different lines like that. You have to split it where the lets are. Actually, I'll redo that. Let me do it that better. Let's remove that there, and that one, and of course this one. And as long as you're perpetually just checking those over and over, you'll get the information you need. And that'll let you, you know, constantly check where those are at. And then you just use a distance calculation to tell if it's close to the target. I'm going to set those over on the message thing so I don't forget about them, because there's so much code I tend to forget. So currently my mouse cursor does it every time it clicks, and that's usually how I do it. I just check one on the click instead of checking over and over, because if you run this all the time, it will, it's a lot of resources. Well, it's not a lot, but it does add up. So, shooting and blocking bug. See how we're doing this here. Just skip this, and then I should be able to cast this an infinite number of times and see if this also triggers the bug. Let's see here. I should actually just change this to a 2 for the prototype there, since it's, I'm not going to do like daily changes to the prototypes like I was thinking of doing. Because I can't always finish what I want in the same stream. Not at all. Time to unlock firewall.
Hi. Bye. Are you ready? I sense danger.
Oh, I didn't click anything.
Boom, baby.
Well, it's easy to trigger this error. Okay, let me figure this out exactly here. So 89 does that. And that's attack, and it just does whichever one of these here. So it just hit current spells. This is definitely a very serious bug. I really didn't make a list of all the things that I fixed.
Are you ready?
It'd actually be a standard thing I do. In fact, I'm going to bring up a second list right now for exactly that. Prototype, 2 changes. See if I can remember all things I've even fixed. Like so, story restructured. Actually, intro shortened. Story added in between areas. The interface changes. Block. block added to the HUD. Transform timer now shows the I'll rewrite these things. The players how to activate it. Controls. Controls now visible in the first painting. Are now skippable. I'm gonna make a save for all these things here. Poppet Quest changes. I really wish I'd written all these down because I don't remember a lot of them, what I changed. Quest changes. To no longer rescue themselves. What else have I changed? There's a bunch of things I've changed here. I guess previous story reworked. What else is there? Thankfully on the screen there. I think I need it anyway at the moment. Huh. I'm blanking on the other fixes I've done. Huh. I mean, a lot of the dialogue thing took a long time, which is just covered by this. It doesn't specifically. I'm not going to tell them each story element I changed. That's weird. Huh. I don't know. I'll just keep it off to the side, and I'll just add to that too. Whenever I take something off one, I'll add it to the other. Yeah, in the future I'm gonna have to do that though. I just need to make a point of just, you know, keeping track of that. It's not something I ever thought about till now, but anyway, let's test and see if I can trigger this problem.
I sense danger.
Nope. I need to test something now. I need the other abilities to test this. Come on, talk to me.
next time. Hi. Bye. Are you ready? I sense danger.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Lovely.
Yeah, okay. I know how to fix this bug completely. It's just this. I'm just going to set it to skip for now. This is something I wish I could... because of the way Eli's designed it, I can't just make it all one common event. Otherwise, I would make it all one common event, because this sucks. Also, change music for Binky's Lair. I remember commenting that music just is like so boring. It doesn't really do much. You know? Let's do a quick test here since I've restructured that. It should stop Firewall from doing that.
Are you ready? I sense danger.
Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. I just need this.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Baby.
Yeah, now you have to use the left mouse button to trigger him. Okay.
Baby.
Lovely.
Yeah, it fixes the problem. Nice. Bug fixes. This loop. I guess random improvements. I guess I don't know. Fine. Should probably put those in Google Docs. I'll have to double check this. There's going to be a thing where I need to basically have the game pop the player at the exact right location, then trigger Tinka's next dialogue thing. Okay, for the portal things here. I need to restructure how the portals do it. For a proximity trigger, I think is how I'm going to do it. Let's see. I already have that there. And that should stop from being able to activate it while on the same thing. Come on. What you doing there, buddy? You just living your best life over here, huh? Just stuck?
You ready?
Alright, so that just completely shuts her off, so be careful with this. So, first of all, it shouldn't be there. Just be there, right? Real picture.
Are you ready? Hi. Bye. Are you ready?
Perfect.
Hi. Bye.
Never mind sticks for a while. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It's kind of weird. Okay. That fixes that problem. Huh. Really, it's just make some rewards and change Binky's music. I need to double check the entire setup for how the story plays out. So that Tinka always provides the rewards when you leave and does the story bits without actually forcing the player to talk to her. And she'll of course have the ability to skip the long-winded stuff because we wouldn't want someone to have to listen to story. That would be terrible, right? Can't have that. So now she doesn't talk for more than I think there's no more than like 14 different messages, and that's a conversation between two people, so they both say like maybe 7 things. That's only after like beating bosses. I think if you get to the actual, I think that might be the story time areas that say that. Oh, no worries, Blinded Journeyman. It's there for as long as you need it. Yes, anytime. I'm just going over what I need to do and making a list of changes so that I've already made, so the I can put it up on the itch page for my devlog. There are many things left to do, and most of it's just going to be a lot of writing. Let me test this one here. This is just I just need to walk into and out of every area and see if I pop out at the right location. That's it. That's all. Yep, let's unlock every area.
Hi. Bye. Hi. Bye.
I'm pretty certain this one kicks you out to the right area, but let's double check. Because I don't recall ever moving this one. But I'm pretty certain the other ones aren't like that at all. I think I have to fix all
I
of them.
sense danger. Better luck next time.
We know that one works. But since every other one has been moved,
Are you ready?
I don't recall changing the actual code from where they vanish out to.
I sense danger.
I don't care about all the other stuff.
Better luck next time.
Yeah, it's one too far. Okay, where do I fix this at? Let me, where in the world? It's got to be some sort of portal setup crap. That sounds about like me. Portal setup. No, it was not. Area variables, probably. That would make sense because then this picture would be there. So this is. They're both the same array, so I'm just going to go ahead and change this to 40. Attic 2 is where Chuckles McFunny is.
Be ready.
I need to set up a system about lock areas too. Lock non-combat areas until the story reaches them. Maybe add a block graphic. I already made it, so might be a thing that gets added.
Be ready.
This probably exits to the wrong map entirely. We shall see. We shall see.
I sense danger. Better luck next time.
Oh, most assuredly. Yep. So this one.
Be ready.
Turn back to that map. Attic 3. Well, I'm pretty certain it's actually the previous map that's the right one there. Wait, went to 18? Do I have a map 18? No. Wait a minute. I mean, it had to have gone to 15. It's Attic 3, right? Attic 3. Portal setup Attic 3, and then I think area variables runs on the map load. Right, yeah. Off the quest area variables, so not that one. Map builder, likely. Yeah, right here, area setup. Oh, that's not area variables. Where does this run? Here, maybe? Okay, right there, yeah. Well, let's see if it fixes it to that one. I might just be tricking myself into reasons that I don't need to. 19 is the map we're looking for. And then plus 40, plus 80, 120. So we're like 160 is where it actually needs to be at. Not that much. I delusionally had like all the way up to 11 or something like that in the prototype. No, sorry, in the Game Jam game. Yeah. And that one unlucky soul that played through the actual Game Jam version. Poor bastard. Oh my god. I don't know why anybody would have done that. That version of the game was horrific. And boring. There was some funny jokes in it though. I did go out of my way to write a fairly funny bit of dialogue for it. That only one person actually got to read. I would say worth, but not worth. Not at all. Mistakes were made. I should have spent more time on the other. She's got to unlock all the areas. I should just leave the areas unlocked. Oh, it's the right one. That's a good sign.
Are you ready? Are you ready? I sense danger.
I don't care.
Better luck next time.
That is so not where you're supposed to be. Net back to 15, you say? Okay, well, let's see. I should probably log your transfer info. Right here. Oh. Pretty much, WTF boy. I've been at it for a little bit. I admit I'm kind of winding down at this point. I've been streaming for now 5 hours and 37 minutes. So we'll see how long I make it before I'm like, too much. I'm doing pretty good though. I mean, I'm down to just needing to fix a few of these little problems here. Most of it here is just stuff I have to write dialogue for. But not much left before the prototype 2 comes out. I might have time to add a whole new area, potentially. Because I have until the end of the Saturday's stream to add things in. And then prototype 2 comes out on Sunday, and then the next week I add stuff for prototype 3 and so on down the line. So, well, I'm pretty much been starting at it's like 2 a.m. Pacific time because it's just the best time I have to stream, unfortunately. Which is like GMT 9, I believe. And then I kind of just stream until usually at least 3 hours, but sometimes as much as 6 or 7 hours. Problem is I also work, so, you know, one can only stream so much. Nice, thanks. I'm definitely putting effort into it. The first prototype's got some problems that I've rectified a lot of them. With the intro story being too long for some people, and I actually get somewhere between like 7 and 8 hours, but the way I do it is I have 2 broken sleeping periods. So I'll sleep like, 4 or 5 hours and then 4 or 5 hours, or like some combination of 4 to 6 hours and then 1 to 2 hours, and some way that I get some amount of sleep. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to do it without the 2 broken sleeping periods. I've considered starting streaming later. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I originally started out because my roommate wasn't here at this time, so this way I was able to actually have the full internet to myself, but now our internet's better, so it doesn't even matter that much. That's very normal. People pick like 2 to 3 hours for streaming like that, but the thing is I'm kind of obsessive, and I was already kind of do this anyway, and I just like chatting with people, so I'll just sit there and keep streaming. If people are around, I'll just keep streaming way longer than I probably should. If no one's around at any point, and it's been enough hours, then I'll just call the stream. And the more times I stream, the more people actually are watching, so then that doesn't really happen very often, so I stream longer and longer. At some point I'll probably have to figure out some sort of limitation on that. Oh yeah, I think everyone should stream. Give it a try. It's fun. If you like chatting with people, it's great. I mean, it's work, but it's if you do it, and and you like just talking to people. It's just great because it's what you're doing. It turns a lonely hobby into a not lonely hobby. I do everything on the game that doesn't involve me making music. I'm not really the sound guy. I usually just buy, things like that. But I'm the graphics guy, I'm the coder guy, I'm the story guy, I'm the everything guy. Left unchecked, I just can't be contained. I don't like to hire people. What I found is if you already have a product that you've completed, I'm more than happy to pay you for it.
Bye.
But I don't want to hire some random person to do things because, one, I don't really have any plans for making real money off this, so it's like I don't want to spend a bunch of money. Yeah, I'm pretty much playing German, but at some point, the way I look at it is,
Are you ready?
it's a hobby. Are you going to spend money on your hobby at some point? Like that video game you buy. Instead of buying a video game, buy some sort of cool, thing for your game dev. I mean, I do game dev more than I ever play video games, so that seems reasonable to me. At no point do I go, it's terrible. I just, spent like $5 on this plugin. If you go out to eat in California alone, you're going to spend like $15 to go to McDonald's. Not that I would ever willingly go to McDonald's, but as an example. Yeah, it's funny, like, it's weird how much people don't value programming. Or just in general, like game dev and like that, because people will sit there and they will pretty much balk at spending, $2 on an app. Those same people will go to like, a dollar store or something like that, buy a bunch of crap for like $5, $6, it's a bunch of garbage they didn't need, and throw it away. They'll go buy a $5 drink from like Starbucks or something. I mean, yeah. It's like they'll blow money on all this crap, but then they're like, oh man, I can't spend all this money on that app. It's just too expensive. Let me download this free-to-play app and then buy these $5, like boxes, like that I might pull something out of. People are dumb. Alright, so it triggers talk to Tinka. Which is game variables value 244. Well, directly hiring people is definitely not something that I'm that excited to do. I would consider it, but I really need a very specific purpose. So wait. Tinka's previous array is this. I don't think next array does anything, but just in case. I also want to see if next array was being set before this, even though I'm about to change it, just to see if that was the actual problem. A lot of people, they are that way, WTF boy. They just literally, they don't think about it. They don't think where their money's going. They just kind of blow it because, they've been conditioned to go for that immediate dopamine hit. And, I mean, can't really blame you for it. It's just how society is at this point. Got to really focus on not doing that. Well, the scripting's great. Like, you know, over time, you just, like, you know, if you just keep tweaking things a little bit, eventually you'll just be doing huge scripts because you didn't even realize you were halfway there, you know. I got to scripting, I started breaking other people's stuff until eventually I made that work, and yeah, just keep messing with it, you'll get there. Oh, well, I was too lazy, but okay, never mind. I think what I like about scripting in general is that it's like solving a puzzle. So if you like puzzles, that's kind of really what it is. Like, I've always liked puzzles. Should actually send back to that map there, shouldn't I? Okay, you know, I'm going to do a quick change here. I'm tired of constantly telling you to unlock all these things. Areas unlocked. We'll set it to 6. That should unlock everything.
Bye.
Won't do it for this particular trip. That's perfectly fine.
Bye.
All right. After this, I'm going to start dumping it onto this map here, but I need the player to pop out at the correct area, and because all the maps that combat are on are all randomized and just picked from a pool of maps, it doesn't I don't know where they're going to be, so I can't just have easy transfers back. It's a pool of completely blank maps.
Are you ready?
Well, the best way to understand code or anything in general is to break it and then have to fix it. Just keep backups of your game. I keep backups every single day. In fact, I had to stop myself because I actually had 3 years worth of backups for one game. I mean, I didn't do it every day because I didn't mess with it every day, but I had some really old backups for that game. It's crazy. I'm like, I don't think I'm ever going to use these. I think I can delete them now. I think I'm safe to do so. Talk to Tinka, and then that, and then the 2 arrays are there. Next array is empty. Yeah. The other thing is, if you watch me do things, you'll learn all kinds of random coding things. Plus, I'll often explain things if you ask me a question about something. As long as I have the answer, I don't mind explaining. That's fair. I can't say I use any of their scripts, but you know, well, actually, I use their save thingy because I haven't bothered to write my own. At some point, I'll probably code that out because I don't really want to use their plugins. They're very heavy, and I'm already fighting for resources, so if I can code something out, I will. Oh, cool. Well, I'm always happy for the company. As I sit here and try to figure out why in the world this is not doing what it's supposed to. By all rights, it should be setting to 19 now. But what is the player's current position? Game player dot x 180. Game player dot y 20. Game map. Map ID 15. So what I'm feeding him is this one here, but somewhere along the line it's picking up that map 15 is where it has to go. So up until this point, things are fine. Huh. Time to deal with the Tinka event that I don't typically deal with. One that actually is inside of the level. It is nowhere near as complicated as the one outside of the level, thankfully. So she sets this as the default backup. So if at any point it screws up, it will send you back to the first map, or the first painting on the first, regular map. Okay. But if it sent you to there, it would have sent me back to that first painting, and instead it dropped me at, 180-20, not 2016. So that's portal setup. Let me read portal setup exactly here. Um, I think I know what I've done wrong here. Let's see. Let me double check this. Area variables. And previous array is set to... Okay, so it is working off the previous array. Okay. I think I can fix this. So what's happening is, as the backup plan, I had it set so you would arrive on basically I set that information on here so that you would go to 15, 20, 16, and if there was no other information present, this is just the failsafe. But it does it at the start every time. And then portal setup goes and makes that thing equal to map X and Y here. But then over here it goes and looks at 244 and changes the X and Y, but it doesn't change the map. But the first portion of the array should be the map. So it's equal to that. Or map? It might not work as well I want. Let's see. No, that is not going to do what I want at all, I think. Well, would it? I think it would pass it undefined. Potentially. Well, no, because I'm setting on the other. I think it should be fine. Let me double check this. Okay, well, nobody wants to walk back to that same map yet again. It is tedious and awful. And the worst thing I ever have to do. Until I find something worse. Ah, yes, until I find something worse. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, cool. I mean, cool you're hanging out. Just being here is, enough for me. You don't have to necessarily talk unless you want to. There's a brief instance where that can screw up.
I sense danger.
Oh yeah. I just fly right out of the box. I don't bother to, there's no waiting here. I'm just in it to win it.
Better luck next time.
Well. I would just like to point out that I arrived at the very much wrong location. I should have got the exact thing before I moved, but whatever, I don't care that much. 180.20. Wait, was that the wrong location? Hmm. Indeed. It's like area setup, I believe. No. I need to pick better names for my functions. The 20 is where I'm always going to arrive at. No, that does track. I just put the wrong one in. Clearly, attic 4 needs to go to 180. That's sure. But this one here... let's see. Okay, so it's just the second painting, so it should be like 40. Yeah. Well, no, it'd be 60 because the it directly mirrors the location of the clown one on a different map. Yeah, that should work. Gotta make that look a little less jank, I think, for the 3 options. Could just say skip the intro instead of yes, but skip the intro or something like that.
Are you ready?
I don't know.
I sense danger.
I don't sense any danger at all. I sense a painting that I'm about to walk right back through. No danger present. I see no enemies here. This area is clean. Let's go right back out. Ah, there we go. Right where I want to be. Still gotta fix this seam problem, but that is slated for a different time. Just fixing that weird bug is going to be
Hi.
some amount of effort. Why am I talking to you? I don't care.
Hi. Are you ready? I sense danger. Better luck next time.
Boom, perfect. Okay, What music do I want to use for Binky's Lair? Because the other one was not very good. I think I had another one that I was thinking of using. Let's mute this music. Because I gotta test another music real quick. Yes, indeed. Maybe Funny Horror was the one I was gonna use. I think that was the one I was thinking of using. I don't think it's used anywhere else either. I guess we'll let that one play out. Let me double check. All my music's loaded off of a music box event. I don't have to keep track of where they're all at. Oh, this is a clown boss. I think I remember originally I had it turned on when you fought the clown boss, or Binky in this case. I guess I use it for number 2, huh? So Enter the Nightmare is the one that's used for the other. Yeah. I could use Hidden in the Dark. This one seems like ridiculous for that. And that one seems just overkill. This track is so long, by the way, it is ridiculous. Like, it's actually like over 7 megabytes all by itself. The longest track by far. It gets played a lot, but you know, it's just weirdly super long. Okay, I think that was too short. Past Memories, Epic Battle 2. Does anyone use this one? Well, nobody would accuse it of being slow and boring. But actually, let's do that way. I like this track, but it doesn't really fit for anything I'm doing, does it? Alright, well, do I want to sit there and hunt through tracks to try to find it? No. I'll let the other music play, and I'll come back to this, because it's just tedious to sit there on stream and make you guys listen to a random track over and over and over trying to find the perfect one. Like, nobody wants that. I don't even want that. That's just ridiculous. So, onward to glory. The changes that I made. Lock non-combat areas till the story area is reached. That's the portal lock system, but how am I going to do that? Right now, all the portals are literally just locked based upon a couple variables here. Oof. Game variables 249. So right now, 249 is manipulated by, I believe, WinCon. Right, like, I assume it's like that. 249. Yeah, right down here, areas unlocked +1. So the way it's going to have to work is anyone where you beat a boss will be no problem. It already does it. But each of the portals are going to have a different self variable where they're at, and then Tinker will just have to simply add the variable again. Upon completing each story thing. Okay, so it shouldn't be that hard. It should just be about a bunch of changing some numbers essentially. So the clowns are the same. They didn't change, right? Portal setup. Oh boy. Good old me can't do anything simply. No. Attic 1 is unlocked at 0 because it's the first one. That's fair. Attic 2 is where? So we're starting at 0 with Binky's lair. Storytime 1 will be 2 here, so that means that when Tinka talks, I guess Tinka could just be the one who literally does it every time, and it could no longer be WinCon that does it. That's actually probably better, thinking about it. Because right now, you could technically go to the next area without killing a boss. That strikes me as weird. Right? I think it's actually between each and every one of the things, because she acts as the narrator of sorts, and there's also not that many characters at the moment, so that does kind of limit who can talk to you. But I think to make this work better, we're going to change WinCon here. So that means that here, when you defeat Binky, she'll reward you. That's fine, I guess, as it is. Upon talking to her here, it will give you the next area unlock. It's actually got less complicated, not more complicated. Nice. The pre-fight thingy doesn't do that. It'll be when you kill them you're rewarded. So here. And then, let's see. You don't get rewarded in the pre-fight. And then story time 2. The pre-fights, don't care. End of the prototype wouldn't do anything. Well, no, because this would unlock the end of the prototype right there. So there you go. And then each of these is going to need an additional unlock too. Trigger them for the checking for 249. Yep. See how long I can successfully stream today. I keep thinking about this. People do like 24-hour streams, and I'm just like, why? Why would you ever do that to yourself? That sounds horrible. I think I could. I think I would just pretty much keel over dead. I'll have to give it a try at some point. Granted, I don't know what occasion I would do that on. Maybe if I actually, I don't know. I would have to have some reason to do 24-hour stream. And I have to plan for it in advance too, so it wouldn't be a day I didn't work. All right, so we're looking for 249 here. And then... yeah. That would definitely be a thing. I think if I... maybe if I hit like 1,000 like subs or something like that on YouTube, then I'll do like a 24-hour stream or something like that. Yeah, I would need a... at that point I'd probably have a decent following. Not there yet. I think I got a whole sub today or something. But I mean, hey, take a sub. Any day of the week. Yeah, I picked up another one today, so... highest ever been, 184. Nice. But you'd be like, you know, Twitch where you have the sleeping streams. There you go. And you just have, you know, some sort of thing endlessly playing on there. Alright, so... I'm still locking the portals out. Binky defeated is... well, triggered by this reward here, so it wouldn't even matter. At this point it'd be 1, right? Chuckle's pre-fight would trigger off of 2. I'm going to want to lock the portals too out, so... yeah, I'll have to lock those as well. I mean, that might happen. I don't know. leave it running. Just have music playing like that, and just put all the music that I have that's you know, I can run in games and just available for people to listen to. RPG Maker Radio. But I don't know. I have considered the endless stream where it's literally just music playing. I guess this is 3. Four. Nice cancel there. Hmm? Oh. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I got a whole bunch of ones. Unfortunately, I ran into normally I have a few hundred tracks that I go through, but I ran into a problem of one of the tracks has apparently got a they do like a weird copyright on it. It's not a copyright claim, but it's like a thing where they basically take whatever revenue off it, and I can't figure out which one it is. Even though I own the rights to use all of them, I can't contest it until I can figure out which one it is. So everyone that was not by this one particular group, I just put them all aside and said, okay, well, whenever I figure it out. I guess I don't technically need this unlock thingy, right? Yeah, it's dumb. The people doing it are like clearly criminal people, because they're not the people who actually own the music. They're claiming it because some other person had it in the game and they own the rights to that game. So even though the music is like, you know, music that's sold by someone else, they're just claiming it and to get money. Don't get me wrong, I'm not monetized or anything. I could technically do it and it wouldn't be a problem, but I don't know, it just kind of bugged me that it was saying copyright on things, and YouTube might be dinging me for it for all I know. It's hard to understand what YouTube does with YouTube's time, but YouTube just does whatever YouTube does. That's basically the best explanation I got. YouTube does what YouTube does. Good luck figuring out what YouTube does. Each of these is actually triggered by a specific switch. Yeah. Well, I just don't want it hurting my, you know, algorithm things, because, you know, it's already hard enough to build up on YouTube, especially if you're, well, quite frankly, a nobody, like I am. Do you really want to do everything that YouTube wants you to do? If YouTube says jump, you say, before you've even asked how high, you're already in the air. Ready to go. This is like I have two different systems for this. This seems like an unnecessary method of doing it. I think the unlock system could have done everything for me. I'll think about it. I don't know why I didn't do it this way. This is getting retooled. This is so getting retooled. Yeah, I've run into some real problems with ARM's copyright system. It's annoying. I actually got one copyright check in the early thing there, and I got it removed, but This is actually like the worst story because this is exactly why I don't buy from RM anymore. I actually purchased the rights to use some tracks, you know, and then I got a copyright strike from the people who sold the tracks. That's right. The people who sold me the tracks on, you know, RM's little market there filed the claim. So I talked to RM about it, and to Touch Fuzzy, no less. And he said, "Oh, we can't get them to really talk to us about it. Maybe you could do better." And I'm thinking to myself, going, "Wait. If the people you pay or you work with, like, you know, earn money through you, won't talk to you, what are they going to say to me?" Plus, they're in like they were, I think they were in Japan or something like that too. So it's like I can't even do. What can I even do? They didn't talk to me. Spoiler. But I did the counterclaim like that, provided all the things like that. You basically have to dox yourself to these people. And then they have 30 days to respond. And if they fail to respond by just saying, "Hey, we'll see you in court," then the copyright strike is removed. So I don't buy from RM anymore. I just don't. It's stupid. So for this to work, I gotta mark the numbers on these portals here. If we're using unlocks for all those, this unlock has to be 2? I really need to restructure this system. I can already tell this is just the stupidest thing I've ever done. And then actually, never mind, I can check this. And then, yeah, if this area unlocks with just every single one of these, just replace this like that, it would be fine. Yeah, whatever. More fun if I make it stupidly complicated for no apparent reason. And 5 for that one. All right. Yeah, pretty much. More likely I'd have to go all the way to Japan for a lawsuit over music that I paid for. That's another problem with RM is all their stuff's done by like Japanese law or something like that, so who knows what their laws are. That's probably good enough. That's going to require me to test it, though. Oh, kick that I did that like that. We're definitely going to deal with this later. I might not even bother with the music change. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a bunch of writing, and then I might make another area entirely. It's actually getting done much faster than I expected. Of course, I can also take a bunch of these things that are supposed to be for Prototype 3 and add those in instead of making whole other areas. Some of them are just ideas, they're not even fixes. Ah. Well, I'm debating on for saving Annie's on if I'm going to name her quest Adexon Prime or if I'm going to name it Same Day Delivery. She's an endless Amazon joke. She does make an Adexon Prime joke earlier, or later on with Dial with me, so maybe I do change it to that. I guess I will change it. Same day delivery. Same day. Don't want to make the same joke twice, so I gotta swap it. It's important. I don't think that needs to go on the list of changes I made. I think that's fine. Oh yeah, the different versions of the things are going to get added in. Oh, God, the mouse movement. Yeah, the falling animation. I definitely agree with the reviewer who's like, that's a crappy animation. Yeah, it was crappy. It was just a placeholder for a good animation. I'm having some real problem, though, with making that animation because if someone was just falling, I know how they would be falling and struggling if they're falling. But if they're just dead weight and falling, it's just kind of weird to make their fall and make it not look weird, you know, like just strange. I can imagine a later version of this game where Annie's on literally sends deliveries to the player inside of the dungeon. Adexon deliveries. Yep. That's so far down the road if that happens. Oh my god. I don't think I'm changing the music for this necessarily on this prototype. What just happened there? Weird. Well, what reward should I give for beating Anna? There's no ability to give at that point. You'd have already gotten it. Unless I want to take away one of the rewards you get from Fortunas and give it to them instead. That's probably fair. If I take the reward away from Fortuna, though, that means that you can't, you know, cheat and get it for Anna. Oh, the cat's out to get us all. Cat 1, Blinded Journeyman 0. I guess I could take Lightning Storm away from Fortuna and give it to, give us a reward for Anna. It means there has to be a new thing. Oh, I already wrote dialogue for it. See, the cats are just sending code, you know, like that. There's like a information cat, you know, secret network and everything like that, and they just, you know, by hitting the right keys on the keyboard, it sends the message to the other cats so they know. Or they could just be jerks who want to stand on your keyboard. Yeah, same thing. Fair enough. I have to think about what I want to use for rewards for that. I have no idea. Am I really missing a dialogue for Chuckles? It must be. Show Kitty. No sending messages for you. But don't you know, Blended Human Kitty is just like basically, you know, its own version of ChatGPT. It also makes plugins that don't work. A fuzzy version of it. Alright, so yeah, I can borrow some of the writing out of this. Let's migrate that over to the side here. What was I clicking on? I should probably keep various dialogues over in my extra thingy here. Oh, actually, no, this goes here, right? I should really go back through and just fill this up with as many pictures as possible. Make it just, you know, the whole game in a thing. Then drop it on my on my world anvil. Yeah. Cat GPT, it's the future. No one tell you different. It's literally just an icon for, you know, Chat GPT, but it's got cat ears and a tail on it. Alright, so what do I write for this? I'm gonna adjust my standing desk. I've been standing for 6 hours and 36 minutes. 1 second. Might be a mistake though. If I by sitting down instead of standing, I might fall asleep faster. Or I'll get tired and work my way to being sleepy. So I have some dialogue as is. This might just be not something I can do right now. I'm sitting there thinking, well, what am I gonna write? And I'm like, hey. Well, I guess I technically wrote a bounty thing. It doesn't really have the two talking. And I'm completely not beyond having recycling things, or just, you know, having already written it once. I don't really see any reason to change it. I will add it to this here and then change it later. Also need to split it up into paragraphs, something like that, because, well, ARM's messages aren't exactly paragraph friendly. Also, I was missing something. No, it's a Jack, so it's a proper name like that, so they're talking, well, it's the name of a creature. I realize half the time Tinka is actually mean. She's not that particularly nice. Sometimes she's nice, but most times she's actually not a very nice person. On the other hand, if you've been there long enough, you'd probably be sick and tired of half these people anyway. So that wouldn't be too surprising. I wish she'd steal the poison. I can run with this a little more, I'm sure. I don't know. We're gonna go to the non-writing strategy here. I'm just sitting there not even thinking straight on that. I'd rather work on coding things or art things, because I'm much better doing that when I'm half awake or working my way towards the end of my day. Hmm. Well, I could make another area. And then the other area would have access to, um, just paintings of things that weren't normally there. And then if I do that, that means that there's, well, I don't even know if that's all that necessary. Huh. Hmm. Let's let this write dialogue and then come up with some rewards. And then just run a test of all of it. It really seems like all I have to do. There's no way that's going to take 2 more streams, though. Well, not for this long, anyway. It's 6 hours and 43 minutes. If I did basically 7-hour streams with the other 2 days, I'd be able to fit a whole other area in. I guess I can make a 4th map. Say, I don't think I'm going to successfully write much right now. My brain is so not in writing mood. So 13 will be the last map. The new last map. So then oh, I was originally going to expand this one out, and I decided not to, right? Like 180 is probably about where it needs to end at. And then we're going to copy these ones off of here. Actually, this one here will tell me the exact coordinates I need to go to. 220, 21. Go to map 19. Right, that is 19, yep. And then for this one, Bunch of extra code. I haven't changed this in forever. World to area 4. Actually, we'll call it wait area 4. This is portal area 4. It is the portal. And then I'll come up with names for them later, but I don't have a name for them at the moment, so eh. Right. Close the previous version of the game. Today's Thursday. At least I don't have to work today. Oh my gosh. It'd be terrible to work today. Alright. I gotta make different pictures for the areas here. I could put another enemy in too. But do I really want to add another enemy? Oh my god. Plus I'd have to add dialogue for these two. Where'd Tinka go? Where you go, girl? I don't see you. Oh no. Hmm. Hmm. I'm not sure I want to add in another character yet. To be completely honest, that seems like it wouldn't get done. I don't even have the voodoo dolls in here. Did I not keep them? Are they in an older version? Yeah, I'll have to think about this one. I don't know if I really want to add these ones in. They'd probably be the tiger kitties get added next, I imagine. I've got all these ones already made, but yeah. Probably not happening right now. Alright, I think I'm probably going to end up calling the stream at this point. I just keep yawning and staring off into the distance. As much as I'd like to keep streaming, I don't think I'm going to get much done, other than falling asleep on my keyboard and having a fun keyboard imprint in my face. It's not really a good game dev stream until you've woken up with the home row on your face, right? As they say. I mean, if you want, I could leave it running with just like a picture and music playing. I've got a bunch of music I could put in there. And you know, there's never enough lulls in a sentence. Seriously. Yeah, once I'm sitting there considering adding in additional enemies and stuff, it's clearly mistakes are made. Only a fool wants to have more enemies on the 11th hour of an update. Like 2 a.m. Pacific is pretty much when I've been streaming. It just kind of goes until whenever. That's like GMT 9. I believe, if I've got it correct. So seeing as how I don't actually have to work today, maybe I'll wander back and stream later today after I've had some time to sleep. I don't even know. Can happen. Yeah, there you go. That'd be cool. Even though it's like a really awkward time for me to stream, it's also the best time I have to stream. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks for swinging by and keep me company and all that. I wish I had like unlimited energy to stream indefinitely. Yes, indeed. Alright, well, I'll catch you guys later. I am gonna go pass out now. See ya.